I forgot to manually go live on YouTube again. All right, so whoever's on YouTube, you didn't miss much. I just forgot to hit the manually go live button. But yeah, it's basically today. Chauvin trial is pretty much done with the procedure. All they got to do left is closing statements on Monday, and then jury deliberates. And then there was another police shooting. This time it was in Chicago. The victim was Adam Toledo, 13-year-old boy. And they're already trying to say that he was like, you know, he was aggressing and shooting the cop and shit like that. So, yeah, they're trying to damage control it as much as possible. The cops really can't just keep it low-key for a few weeks, I know. It was weird because it seemed like there wasn't as much police violence earlier, but now it exploded suddenly during the trial. But, yeah. One more got shot? Yeah, that's right. Peyton Ham shot on Tuesday. I think I mentioned that in previous streams, but yeah, worth mentioning again. Maryland, Leonardville, Maryland, or Leonardsville. Let me see. Look it up. This was a state trooper who shot him. They say he was wielding an airsoft gun, and that was they mistook it for a real gun, and that he was wielding a knife. Let's see. It was he was in a driveway a couple of houses down from where he lived. Leonardtown, that's the name of the place. Leonardtown, not Leonardville. Yeah, so that's 3 people back to back almost. You see, Pat Robertson said these cops need to go to jail. Wow. Well, if Pat Robertson said that, then it sounds like the tenor has changed significantly. Let me if you have a link to that, let me post it, but I'm going to search for that real quick because that sounds out of character. Yeah, here we go. Actually, if I got a video of that, that'd be great. Holy shit, the picture I see of him is him holding a gun and a taser to compare. Okay, here we go. There's a Twitter video.
I'm going to say.
All right, pause it and. Fuck, even Pat Robertson did it. All right, yeah. I don't think I'll blow it up full size. All right.
Also, I'm going to say, you know, I think a lot of people are thinking like I was, that both the gun and the taser would be put on your dominant side, but it's not that way.
Yeah, but they have to cross where they have them different.
So you actually have to reach across yourself to get
feel
the
difference.
I mean, it's definitely.
Wait, hold on.
As I say, they're not making tasers in this yellow color anymore. They're making in black. They're making them yellow. Now, how she made the difference was she shot that poor guy to death, saying, "This is what I thought. I thought was my taser." And if you can't tell the difference in the feel of those things, it's crazy. Anyhow, she deserves. But I am pro-police, folks. I think we need the police. We need their servants, and they do a good job. But if they don't stop this onslaught, they cannot do this. You know, the police in Virginia picked up a lieutenant in the Army and began to give him trouble. And our state police are highly trained, But why they don't stop this? And this thing is going on in Minnesota, but the Derek Chauvin, I mean, they ought to put him under the jail. He has caused so much trouble by kneeling on the death of George Floyd. It's just, I mean, on his neck. It's just terrible what's happening. And the police, why don't they open their eyes to what the public relations are? They've got to stop this stuff.
Maybe they need more training.
Yeah, that's the answer. Fund the police more. For anybody who doesn't know the context, Pat Robertson over here is like this super conservative Christian commentator who's normally like just got bizarre schizo opinions on everything, far right nonsense kind of stuff. And if even he is saying that this is ridiculous about the police, that does kind of seem like people aren't going to buy their bullshit that they're trying to push now. But I don't know. There's also an element here where it might be kind of getting into like partisan U.S. politics because, what is it? You've got some Republican-leaning people saying that it's the Democrats are bad for doing this, and it's not like the problem with the system. So that might have something to do with that. But yeah, it's really bizarre to see Pat Robertson, of all people, saying that the police are causing problems. I mean, even he was saying that it's weird for him to be saying it. My dad really looks for the cops. Yeah, there's like a generational thing to it in the U.S. too, I think. It's like, I don't know. I guess that because there didn't used to be so much footage of police brutality just readily available, that, you know, it's a big difference now in the way people see police. So I think that's a part of it. Obviously, the technology is playing a role in like changing the tenor, but a lot of people sort of grew up not being aware of this stuff. Especially if you're like from a community that's not being harassed by the cops, like well-off, white, whatever. It's something that can be totally off your radar. So I think that's probably a pretty big deal. But once you've sort of grown up with that impression, it's harder for you to change it, even if you do see videos of brutality, because it'll seem kind of like it's an outside or like a what do you call it, an outlier, or maybe it gives the impression that things are changing and becoming worse, as opposed to like revealing that this is how it's always been. But people who are growing up, seeing this stuff as they grow up, it just appears more normal to them. It appears to be like part of the way things are, so they are probably a lot more open to criticizing the system in itself. It was like back in the 70s and 80s, you got your ass beat for resisting the cops. Yeah. Like, damn, Dad, did the whole civil rights era not occur to you? Yeah. How shitty cops are. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. There's this really bizarre relationship, especially in the U.S., but in the West in general, that people have with like authority. And that's like a real problem for socialists to deal with. I think that in a way that's even more of a problem than like thinking that capitalism is good, or like capitalism is equated with freedom or whatever. This like desire to please an authority figure and to sort of base your existence on following rules and shit. It's like how black boomers simp for the PDs while younger ones hate the cops. Oh shit, I said the word I'm not supposed to say. Whatever, it's probably fine. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely like a generational thing here. How strong it is, I'm not entirely sure, but there's a difference. So that's one thing that's useful to keep in mind, is that social forces, the conversation about this stuff changes over time with new generations, and as fixed as stuff often can be, because you've got like an older generation in power. At some point, they're going to have to hand off power to somebody else. And when that happens, the change might even be abrupt, because people are realizing that it's something that they just should fix. But yeah, it seems like for sure people are turning on the police now, especially after the George Floyd protests and riots have revealed that like it's actually not that difficult to resist the police and to cause them trouble just by like going out and standing in front of a building regularly for a long period of time, and that in itself pretty much will cause the cops to lose a lot of their resources, their like munitions, but also tire them out. So it's like actually not that challenging to resist the police or cause problems for them and put pressure on to get them to change or try to get them defunded or whatever. So it seems like people are getting a better sense that there's actually something that they can do, and hopefully that develops further and they realize that like there's a need to organize effectively. But we'll see how it goes. It's really going to, the cops used to apologize. Like, no. Fuck no. I mean, a lot of the times it was just like swept under the rug and covered up. But yeah, they now that they're apologizing, now they're like firing people quickly, or at least in a few cases that's happened, which is very unusual. It used to be that like a cop could kill somebody and then they'd get put on administrative leave, which is like paid leave. It's effectively a vacation. So like it was almost like a joke where if a cop was getting like sick of working and wanted to go take a vacation, they'd just kill somebody and they'd get put on leave over it. This is a new development that police are getting fired over this stuff, much less charged. It really seems like Chauvin murdering Floyd the way that he did was like a watershed moment, and a lot of people sort of realized how bad the problem is, and now that the police are aware that all these people are aware and are willing to like try to do something about it, even if they don't have a lot of direction, they're realizing like maybe we need to like try to get in front of this so that we don't have more precincts burned down. Probably to stop cop killing before it happens. Oh, you mean like people retaliating and like vigilantes killing the cops? Yeah, I mean they definitely don't want that. Kimberly Potter, the officer who shot Dante Wright, had her house barricaded heavily fortified by the police because they were anticipating somebody might try something. So that's definitely a concern that they've got and that they're acting in accordance with. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's really going to depend on like maybe the next few days and how people respond to these recent shootings, where it goes from here. If Chauvin goes to prison, will he get special treatment, or is he going to? Yeah, he's not going to be put in general population. They don't do that with cops. They'll put him in like a special wing for people who are like very obviously in danger of something, like people that are considered too important. Like if a celebrity or somebody goes to jail like that, they usually will put them in like a separate area. I don't know if they got something specifically for cops, but they're going to keep him out of like imminent lethal danger if they can. Also, there's a good chance that they're going to appeal the case, because in the way that it works in the US is that if you're convicted of stuff, you can make an appeal to a higher court. But I doubt that's going to go very far, because like he's just so obviously guilty. And there's something really strange about this whole situation because just the obviousness of the guilt here is like a really big part of it. It's like what made people get so mad and go protest, and it's sort of what I think what made the system kind of adapt and behave differently to acknowledge it. So when you actually put that in context, and it's like finally enough's enough, and it's being put through the judicial system, it's like seeing this stuff be put on trial is a farce because it's just so obvious that this was a murder, and having to like spend a couple of months doing this like in-depth procedure and walking through the whole thing is like bullshit. It's obvious to anybody who saw the footage what happened, and it's like it's just totally undeniable. And it's what the way I would put it is that this situation got to a point where the police felt so self-assured at doing this kind of stuff that they way overplayed their hand. And now that their sort of chickens are coming back to roost, it's like a whole lot of it's coming back all at once. And like they couldn't help themselves, and now they're just revealing what the system is doing to people. And then of course now after the trial's happening, or during the trial, there's like continued shootings. There's Dante Wright was shot like 10 miles, I think they said, from where Floyd was killed. So, you know, it's pretty bad. And now that people are aware of this kind of stuff more, I think that we're heading to a situation where there's just impossible the reaction to the protests. I was talking about like the public reaction to the shootings. They know that the police know that people are going to protest like this. Oh yeah, so that's another thing that's escalated, is that they know that people are going to freak out about stuff like this, so they immediately called in the National Guard, got like people in riot gear and shit. So like they know that this is like a different situation than it used to be. And I mean that's also, like I said before, that's why you have the police getting fired immediately. Even like Chauvin and the other cops who were on scene with Floyd, they didn't get fired until like a while after the protests had been going on. Whereas Kimberly Potter was fired like immediately, and so was the police chief, I think, was the other person who's like stepped down. But yeah, like they see where this stuff can go, and it's one of those kind of things where it's like, I know, and you know, and I know you know, and you know I know. So it's like we're all on the same page now that this is something that people are going to potentially do in response to one of these killings. So that's changed the way that stuff works now. And I think a lot of people are sort of desperately trying, or a lot of, you know, police and authority figures are trying to sort of desperately get people to fall in line. But I don't think it's working. I think that they're running into problems with that. But maybe they just have, they're going to catch up and they haven't figured out yet that they need to change tactics. Why don't I think? I don't think that like saying this kind of stuff that like which, God, I'm having trouble with the names now because there's a bunch of them that happened recently. Adam Toledo, they're saying that like, oh, he had a gun or whatever. They're bringing out people to say all this kind of stuff about the old kind of methods that they would say of like, you know, it was a justified shooting and things like that. But people don't really buy that shit anymore. And like now that people know that this is a possibility to go out and protest like this, and it's happening and people are doing it, It like there's some people who will buy whatever nonsense they're being told, but it seems like that's just not working so much, especially if you see like the protests that were happening in Brooklyn Center and that area. The way that people are talking, it's like they're directly addressing this kind of excuse making that come from the powers that be. So it seems like the discussion has changed, and it's only like official sources and shit like that are still trying to push this line, but people aren't accepting it anymore. When you see outside of that milieu, the outcome of this escalation, that's hard to say. I think it's really going to depend on like the next couple of nights, especially like Friday night and the weekend. How people in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County deal with this. And tonight is going to be a big deal because this is when they revealed the body cam footage of Adam Toledo's death. And that's Chicago, which is a major U.S. city, one of the biggest ones. So it's really going to, I think, depend on where exactly that goes. And that's going to have to do both with the protesters and with the police. So hard to say. It does seem like a positive development, at least with Brooklyn Center, that there was more organizing going on there. There were more people talking about the need to organize the protests and to get people like working on a larger systemic problem instead of like just responding every time the police kill somebody. But I don't know if that's spread to Chicago or to Maryland. I didn't see anything about like protests in Maryland yet, except there was somebody shot at some police the other day. Don't know if there's anything related to that. Actually, let me look that up and see if they found that person. Because if that might have something to do with this. But yeah, it definitely seems like things are escalating. No. Yeah, it seems like the stories with the kid being shot with Peyton Ham being shot is overshadowing the search results about the cops getting shot at. But that also happened, I think, the same day or on Wednesday. It's all blurring together now. Yeah, we'll see. It also seems like there's no real likelihood of de-escalation, because last night at the Brooklyn Center protests, people were basically just dispersing and leaving as the police told them to. And the police like rushed in and started arresting people anyway. So like even trying to de-escalate seems like not really going to work. So, I mean, if there's no longer an incentive to not like stay after curfew, to not riot or whatever, I mean, people are going to probably be more likely to do that. And I don't know. Maybe it's just the cops being thugs. Maybe there's something that they know that we don't. It seemed like they were itching to escalate. But yeah, it's going to depend on the details of how things play out, because that's going to set the tone for the future. We're in like a point where fairly short-term small events can have like large ripple effects. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. All right, it's 6:35. I think maybe it's time for me to start reading the news. I normally start this at 6:30, so people may just not be coming in, or maybe it's a slow day. You never know. There's like 13 people in here though, which is I don't know. That seems a little odd that I see 13 people in situ, but only 5 on Twitch. Let me try switching to something and switching back to see if that fixes it. I don't think that like the names matter. I think it's just a function of like maybe the player hasn't updated or something. It's no big deal. I'm not like super concerned about how many views I get in any given day, but I am trying to figure out how exactly it works. Maybe Twitch just stopped allowing embedded views to count. Who knows? Oh no, there it goes. Now the count's up. It just hasn't updated up there yet. I think that might be part of the problem too, is that this is like I don't know, embedded in this software, and maybe takes a while before it refreshes. You see if it real quick. See if that updates properly. Nope, it's just using old data. Whatever. Maybe I should just stop using the viewer count if it's not going to be accurate. So let's see. What do we got for the news today? Cuba's Raul Castro is stepping down as head of its Communist Party. Well, that is big news, isn't it? The Communist Party's 8th Congress will begin Friday when it will certify President Miguel Diaz-Canel as the next party Secretary General and set policy guidelines. Castro and his late brother Fidel Castro have been in power since the 1959 revolution, and he said in 2018 he expected Diaz-Canel to replace him after his retirement in 2021. Diaz-Canel, 60, represents a new generation and is serving the first of two 5-year terms as president. Because they already know he's going to have 2. Yeah, so this is like really big. I wonder what that's going to signal for Cuba. I already know. Oh my god. Leave me alone, NBC. I have a picture. Raul Castro gives a speech during the 60th anniversary celebration of the Cuban Revolution in Santiago de Cuba on January 1st, 2019. Raul Castro is stepping down as the head of the Communist Party of Cuba, the most powerful position on the island, with few expectations of significant change among Cubans, despite it being a historic move. The Communist Party's 8th Congress will begin Friday when it will certify President Miguel Diaz-Canel as the next party Secretary General and set policy guidelines. Castro and his late brother Fidel Castro have been in power since... I already read that. I'll just skip it. But the first of 2 5-year terms as president. Many analysts believe Castro, who turns 90 in June, will continue to be the most influential figure on the island until his death. In Cuba, major events are put together during historic celebrations, and this year's Congress is no exception. It coincides with the 60th anniversary of the failed CIA-backed Bay of Pigs invasion. Castro's retirement comes as that's pretty funny that they picked that date. Let's be real, having the Castros in power ensure the retention of the socialist system in any capacity whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, not just in Cuba, but like any part of the world, and especially Latin America, really. Any attempt at socialism through any sort of, any type of system was pretty much under siege from day one. So... you know, that's kind of just how it is. And people got to do what they got to do for it to work. You know, that's all there really is to say about that. True, and Cuba helped tremendously from keeping it from implosion too when it reemerged. Yeah, Cuba's actually been like a major fixture in Latin American socialism for a long time. So helping out other projects, especially with like medicine, is like a really big thing. But yeah, they managed to continue to be a thorn in the side of the United States as they try to destroy every other project with a coup or sanctions, or both. Castro's retirement comes as Cuba, one of the last communist-run countries in the world, was facing multiple challenges. Its economy shrank 11% in 2020 due to the pandemic, and it's been grappling with tightened U.S. sanctions and a decline in aid from its ally Venezuela. The government lacks hard currency to import food and medicine, which means endless lines outside stores when food becomes available. And I mean, okay, and 1 meal a day for some families. I think that this might be a little inaccurate. They always love to do this commies have no food thing. The country also is dealing with a spike in COVID-19 cases. Yeah, and they're developing 4 vaccines against it. Strict lockdowns and measures have kept the numbers of cases and deaths below those of most countries in the region, but they have also tested the patience of many Cubans. Cuba has developed 5 vaccine candidates who 2 are in late-stage trials. Yeah, that's another one of those like bullshit kind of things that they're saying. It's like, oh, the people really don't like these. Like, yeah, they found like somebody complaining about it, who was probably put there as a plant in the first place. It's like they got to find some way to spin like a low number of cases and deaths as a bad thing. Country's challenges have led to public discontent levels rarely seen since the 1959 Communist Revolution. Mobile internet has allowed videos of protests to quickly spread among Cubans and has also helped activists mobilize. A large protest in November by artists demanding greater freedom of expression made headlines across the globe. President Joe Biden campaigned on reversing some of the previous administration's harsh measures, such as limits on remittances and restricted travel to the island by Americans, while focusing on human rights. Yeah, so like one of the good things Trump was doing, and Obama started like softening the stance on Cuba, I think, like late in his second term or something like that. But so far, administration officials indicated they won't be making changes anytime soon. Juan Gonzalez, executive director of the National Security Council, said recently that the political movement has changed from the Obama administration years and that oppression against Cubans is worse today than perhaps during the Bush years. I mean, yeah, this is like a bunch of fucking imperialist nonsense. The food problem is real. I mean, like, they are being sanctioned, so it's not like it's not true, but they're framing it as like, wow, Cuba is like fucking terrible for the people kind of shit. It's just like that's the background narrative on any kind of discussion about Cuba or other socialist projects. But yeah, like, sanctions are causing problem, and then, you know, the whole global economy is not doing so great right now anyway. I'm not trying to say that like there's no problems in Cuba, but you know how it is with Western media. They never pass up an opportunity to say that commies have no food. But thanks for the what do you call it? The nuance in a disenchantment on the island over the country's centrally planned system. Yeah. Stagnant economy, decaying infrastructure has been brewing for years, especially among younger Cubans. During the Communist Party's Congress in 2011, a set of ambitious economic reforms were promised that have not been fully implemented. Victoria Hernandez, 37, an entrepreneur who sells products such as hangers and batteries in East Havana, says she does not expect much from the Congress. That sounds good to me. think our officials should change their mentality more to improve things. Right now, what we're thinking about is food. I want also to think about having a fucking car. That's what you're thinking about, is a fucking car. And also a better house. Like, housing's not like a non-issue, but that sounds very like aspirational from a fucking entrepreneur. Like, not really, like, she's like, I'm primarily concerned with food because that's the thing I'm supposed to tell you, but hey, I really want a nice car and a nice house. Been sanctioned to death is been sanctioned to death is basically the whole commies have no food meme even comes from. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess originally it comes from the fact that there were famines in Russia, like, leading into the revolution that happened there. Like, I think that's probably like a big part of it. And then like later on with Ukraine, that was like a big meme too. But yeah, like the current stuff that they talk about like that, like Venezuela. So the people in Venezuela are doing so bad because of communism. But like, that makes sense in their minds when they say that, because they're being sanctioned because they're socialist. And the sanctions are what's causing the problem. So it's like A causes B, B causes C. But yeah, it's like victim blaming, you know. It's like, why did you make me do this to you, right? It's like this victim of police shooting made the cop shoot them. It's the same kind of mentality. It's you know, displacing the agency in the situation. Yeah, people fucking fixate on the car. Wait till they have to pay insurance. Yeah. Yeah, like, instead of cars, maybe be concerned with like public transit. Need for economic reform. But some experts believe Castro's move is important in order to speed up economic reforms. This involves strategic decisions in order to keep the public more content without ceding the tight grip the party has over society. Arturo Lopez Levy, a professor at Holy Names University in California, thinks the economic reforms will gain traction once the pandemic is under control. What is happening now is a new generation is consolidating control, he said. Now they will be forced to make important reforms because their legitimacy doesn't come from a revolutionary background, but from being capable of showing better performance. I mean, that sounds good in theory, but what they're talking about here is probably, you know, pleasing the entrepreneurs who want to see, like, you know, fancy cars and stuff. He said there aren't high expectations among Cubans because the country will remain a Leninist system, and that basically means the political monopoly of the Communist Party. I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know. That is kind of like a real question to ask, because it's like, if somebody, you know, wasn't around to see what it was like prior to the revolution, you know, you're from a younger generation, like, do you understand like what the actual political context is there, and like what you might be going back to if you implemented a capitalist system instead? All right, that's big news. Raul Castro stepping down to be replaced by Miguel Diaz-Canel as the Secretary General. All right, here's a Brazil story. Lula would defeat Bolsonaro in second round of elections in Brazil. Former Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva would defeat President Jair Bolsonaro by 18% in a possible second round of the 2022 elections, a poll revealed. The poll, conducted by the Poder Data Institute and published in the Poder 360 website, assured that Lula has 52% of vote intentions, while Bolsonaro has 34%. Well, hey, maybe we will vote out the fascists. Yeah. So, and that's, yeah, it's the same as what it said in that thing. This is also really short. Brasilia, April 15th, Prince Latina. Former Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva would defeat President Jair Bolsonaro by 18% in a possible second round of the 2022 elections, the poll revealed. The poll, conducted by the Poder Data Institute and published on the Poder 360 website, is short. Okay, it's the same thing. Lula has 52, Bolsonaro has 34. In the previous study, the former president had 41% compared to 36% for Bolsonaro. So he had a big jump then. Bolsonaro like decayed a bit, but Lula had a big jump. Lula also leads in the simulation of the first round presidential elections. Well, the first round of the presidential elections. So that's looking very good for him so far. In this case, he would win 34% of probable votes compared to 31% for Bolsonaro. The survey included 3,500 interviews and was conducted from April 12th to 14th. The margin of error is more or less 1.8%. So, maybe Brazil is going to get back on a better track than it's on currently. SDF discovers ISIS weapons depot in Raqqa, just as they're trying to rebuild. That was a story yesterday, was that in Raqqa they were trying to rebuild what was left of the city after ISIS being kicked out. The Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, have discovered and excavated an underground weapons depot of ISIS in Raqqa. Weapons, mines, explosives, and ammunitions were seized during the operation. In addition, an explosive device was defused in the vicinity of the depot. According to the SDF press office, the weapons depot was located under a residential building whose owners had fled the city during ISIS rule. So maybe they would just abandoned it and found like this abandoned depot. The legacy of ISIS, which had chosen Raqqa as the capital of its so-called caliphate, continues to claim victims 3.5 years after its liberation. On Wednesday evening, 6 people, including 2 children, were injured when a mine exploded in the garbage dump of the village at Sal al-Banat, 5 kilometers northeast of Raqqa. So it's important for people to be fighting these, because it's fucking... That's something that people often ignore about wars, is that you like put down mines and things like that, or there are bombs that get dropped that don't explode, and then sometime later people end up getting killed or maimed because of it. The SDF also continues to crack down on ISIS clandestine cells in northeastern Syria. An operation was launched in Deir ez-Zor on Wednesday in cooperation with the International Coalition Against ISIS, and the capture of a leading Islamist was reported today. In a large-scale operation against ISIS in the Hull refugee and detention camp near Heseke. I don't know what the little hat on the E means. Heseke, dozens of Islamists were captured at the end of March and beginning of April, including the ISIS leader of the camp. So, kind of doing like cleanup crew now. But ISIS has a lot of secret depots they use to stay armed. I mean, makes sense, right? If you're a guerrilla terrorist group, you gotta expect that you're gonna be losing access to certain places and would need to be able to quickly pick up stuff that you need. So yeah, that's like that's the kind of thing that people do in a group like ISIS, where they've got like this very single-minded approach, and they don't really care about civilian casualties and things like that. They just leave explosives and shit everywhere. NPA forces continued trainings amid focused military operations by AFP and PNP. Red fighters in a guerrilla front in Samar continue to perform revolutionary work despite relentless military operation in their area. In the April 3rd issue of Larab, revolutionary publication in Eastern Visayas, it featured the recent successful Level 2 medical training among NPA members and basic party course discussion conducted with farmers in a barrio. So, I don't know if that's like... I guess it's just kind of like an update on stuff that's been going on. This is the Philippines. Does it say that? I don't see a label on this picture. NPA forces continue trainings amid focused military operations by AFP and PNP. April 12th, 2021. Red fighters in a guerrilla front in Samar continue to perform revolutionary work. Oh, this is like just, yeah, okay. There's nothing else to it. There's the bit that I read at the beginning, and about 10 medical staff of the NPA completed the training, while 28 Barrio residents attended the discussion, helping further consolidate the revolutionary forces in Samar. Okay. Whoop. So, I don't know, maybe you can find a map of this real quick, since it's a short little story. This is, it says, Samar, Eastern Visayas. Okay, that's a good map. There we go. So here's Philippines on the left in green, and then Eastern Visayas is here, and oh, this doesn't show where Samar. Well, oh, here we go. Western, Eastern, and Northern Samar. So that's where this is happening. I don't know what the background is necessarily with this. I guess they're, you know, guerrilla forces, right? But they keep going. Guess it's just, you know, an update. You got to keep on going with stuff like that, right? Far-right Indian paramilitary forces accused of killing 15-year-old leftist student. The boy, known as Abhimanyu, was stabbed to death in Kerala's Alappuzha district. He was reportedly an activist in the left-wing Students' Federation of India. Killing took place on the first day of the festival of the Hindu god Vishnu. Oh shit. Vishu? Oh, it said Vishnu. Vishu is the name of the day. Okay. Yeah, it's very similar. Foreign Indian military force was accused of killing 15-year-old leftist student. Far-right paramilitary forces linked to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been accused of killing a 15-year-old student during a temple festival on Wednesday night. The boy, known as Abhimanyu, was stabbed to death in Kerala's Alappuzha district. He was reportedly an activist of the left-wing Students' Federation of India. The killing took place on the first day of the festival of the Hindu god Vishnu, which is Vishu. According to the local unit of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, CPIM, those who carried out the attack had already been looking for Abhimanyu's older brother, Ananthu, an activist at the Democratic Youth Federation of India. CPI Marxist unit alleged that the killing involved members of the far-right Hindu nationalist group Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, of which Mr. Modi is a lifelong supporter. It would not be the first time that the far-right group's members have targeted children. In 2015, an RSS activist known as Vijaya Kumar killed 8-year-old Mohammed Fahad, who came from a communist-supporting Muslim family. DYFI is youth group for the CPIM, yeah. RSS is the goons of the BJP. And this was actually... Did they say what the city was, or... Yeah, one more article. Okay, fuck off. Alappuzha district, but it doesn't say the city. Let me see if I can find the spot. Alappuzha. It's the, that's the one where it's like the almost an R. Alapura district. See if I can find a map so you can see where that is. All the maps are always either like too local or too far out. Oh, here we go. This one's got both. So here's where this was. Alapura. And then down here, the bottom corner, Kerala. Yeah, that's a fucked up story. Semi-urban district tourism and then a transit point between major cities. Insanely beautiful. This likely has nothing to do with the Maoist radicals, FYI. Yeah, I confused the two of them because they're both CPIM that one time. But wait, they're SOCDEMs who were doing this. Oh wait, no, you're saying rightists. You're saying rightists versus SOCDEMs. I thought you meant like rightist SOCDEMs. I was confused for a second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this was we had a thing about the CPI Marxists the other I don't know, a week ago or something, and I mixed them up with CPI Maoists because they're both CPIM, but they're completely different. Yeah, CPI Maoists are like the eastern and more northern part of India. Yeah, if only they didn't have like so many parties, and I don't mean like India, I mean in general. If there weren't so many different like left-wing parties that had similar names. You know, the Judean People's Front and the People's Front of Judea, that whole bit from Life of Brian. French lawmakers okay security bill increasing police powers. In an effort to quell criticism, lawmakers redrafted the most controversial article of the text. It now says helping to identify on-duty police officers with obvious harmful intent will be punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a 75,000 euro fine, 89,800 US dollars. I'm having trouble even. Wait, so if you help to identify on-duty police officers, that is punishable. That's so weird that I must be misreading that. That just seems so bizarre. I need to like make sure that I read that correctly. France's parliament passed a security bill Thursday to extend police powers, right, which is what it sounded like. 75 votes to 33 against the National Assembly, where French President Macron's party, which opposed the measure, has a large majority. The Senate has already adopted the bill. Yeah. Tens of thousands of protesters marched in Paris in November to denounce the initial provision that was making it illegal to simply publish images of police officers with harmful intent. Okay, so it's saying that like the harmful intent is behind the person who's publishing the picture, which is like, how would you even prove that? That would be like, you can't show pictures of police ever because, well, why else would you do it if it wasn't for harmful intent? So that's why it's phrased so weirdly here. So it says helping to identify on-duty police officers with so it's saying that like the obvious harmful intent is the person publishing the information. What was it? And it's also, it says helping to identify instead of publishing images. So it went from publishing images to helping identify, which is much more broad. Like that would include like saying their name or something online, right? But now it's like harmful intent has to be obvious, whatever the fuck that means. That's still like, that's still really dark. All right. Yeah, so I don't know, is there more outcry over that? Opponents still say the new draft remains vague, yeah, and subject to interpretation, yeah, by police officers. They also fear it will intimidate people trying to fight police abuse and discrimination by taking and publishing pictures and videos. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, obviously. The bill throws suspicion on the role of the police. It gives the impression that this necessary public service can't be subject to any criticism for citizens, said Alexis Corbière, a lawmaker from the far left, La France. It can't be too far left if you think that the police are a necessary public service. Far left La France Insoumise party who opposed the bill. Macron's government said the law was needed to better protect police amid threats and attacks by violent fringe. Yeah. How long until they declare anything done against a police officer to be a hate crime? And make the police like a protected class? I mean, they kind of already are. I mean, assaulting an officer is a separate charge from like assault. The French branch of Amnesty International warned on Twitter about the dangers of, I don't know if that applies in France though, the dangers of the bill posed to civil liberties, and denounced its generalized surveillance practices. Yeah, the text was vague, has vague provisions that could allow abusive and unfair legal proceedings, the rights group said. French police are one of the most brutal in Europe. Yeah, well, France also has like much more of a protest culture and radical history, so it makes sense that they would be. It makes sense they would try to stop you from filming the cops. Well, yeah, of course. They try that everywhere. But yeah, I guess maybe like the US has too much in the way of freedom of speech and shit with like First Amendment. So like it's maybe harder to do that in the US, but everywhere they want to try to keep protect the police from surveillance, which is to say being held accountable. Wait. Oh shit. I didn't realize that I was still doing that. Oh fuck. I was streaming to the wrong place. Alright, I should be good now. Yeah, oh shit. Well, that's weird. I don't know how that ended up happening, but I was streaming the wrong way. I was streaming to the wrong server. It was flagged as a bandwidth test, but should be okay now. All right. Might take a second for that to the viewer count and shit to reconfigure, but yeah. All right. French lawmakers, okay, security bill, that was what we just did. Denmark charges Iranian opposition group members over terrorism plots in Iran. The three members of the Arab struggle movement for the liberation of Azmullah were arrested in February last year and have been held in custody ever since. This is a very serious case where persons in Denmark have carried out illegal intelligence activities and financed and promoted terrorism from Denmark and other countries, Denmark's public prosecutor Liselott Niels said in a statement. So they're in custody in Denmark over things that they did in Iran. I think. Seems a little vague. Verify that. Denmark charged three members of Iranian Arab opposition group on Thursday for supporting and financing. Okay, so they were like linked to stuff in Iran. Terrorist activity in Iran with the help of Saudi Arabia's intelligence services. The three members of the Arab struggle movement for liberation of Afaz. So this is like. This seems like a far-right group then, if they're colluding with Saudi Arabia. Don't know anything about the specific organization. arrested in February last year and have been held in custody ever since. This is a very serious case where persons in Denmark have carried out illegal intelligence activities and financed and promoted terrorism from Denmark and other countries. Denmark's public prosecutor Liselott Nielsen said in a statement. The counter broke. Yeah, it's shitty. The counter sucks. It's been broke the whole time, I think. If I look at my Twitch page, I was seeing 12 viewers. There might also be a live YouTube viewer. Yeah, I've got a YouTube viewer too, it says. So. Or now it says 0. But yeah, I don't know. The viewer count seems to be really shitty. Let me try really quick to refresh. Nope. I think it just refreshes like, I don't know, every like couple of minutes or something, so it takes a while for it to respawn. I actually check, see if there's anything about that I could change, because it is like really obnoxious that it sits up there showing 0 viewers. Nah, just really basic settings in Streamlabs. That's a bummer. All right. Well, I know I got more than 5, so I don't know why it's saying 5 now, but... Alright. The trial will be held on April 29th, with the defendants facing prison sentences up to 12 years. Last year, the Danish Foreign Ministry summoned Saudi Arabia's ambassador to Denmark after members of the Asmla were arrested by local police. The trio, all living in Denmark, had already been facing prosecution since February on charges of spying for Saudi intelligence. According to the Danish intelligence service PET, they worked for Riyadh between 2012 and 2018. They are also said to have been targets of a planned attack on Danish soil late in 2018, which Copenhagen suggests was sponsored by the Iranian government's in retaliation to the killing of 24 people in Avaz, southern Iran. September 2018. The Iranian government had previously denied that allegation. It is completely unacceptable that foreign countries and their intelligence services bring their conflicts to Denmark, and that Denmark is used as a starting point to finance and support terrorism, said PET Director Finn Borsch Anderson in a statement. Asmla, a group advocating for Iran's Awazi Arabs, is based in Denmark and the Netherlands, according to Dutch authorities. So that seems like that might be another point of tension that's adding to the whole global mess that might turn into World War III. I mean, don't know, they didn't really cover a whole lot of details about what was allegedly going on there, but it's hard to say much about a story like that. Palestinians in Israel mark 73 years since Nakba, affirming right of return. As Israel celebrated its Independence Day on Thursday, hundreds of the country's Palestinian citizens marched to commemorate the anniversary of 1948's Nakba, in which some 800,000 Palestinians were driven from their homes to make way for the creation of the State of Israel. So that's 73 years. The event has come to define the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Armed clashes began in late 1947 after the UN passed a resolution dividing the land between Jews and Palestinians, then escalated in 1948 when the new Israeli state was proclaimed. Zionist armed militias forced Palestinians from their land amid the creation of Israel on 15th of May. Israel began celebrating its 73rd Independence Day on Wednesday evening in accordance with the Hebrew calendar. Coinciding with celebrations, Palestinian citizens of Israel, whose families were uprooted in the 1948 war, visited several destroyed towns and villages that once housed their ancestors, reiterating, as they have done for decades, their desire to return. The Association for the Defense of the Rights of the Displaced, ADRID, the organizer of the annual March of Return, which first started 24 years ago, called people on Thursday to participate in an online demonstrations and activities due to the COVID-19 restrictions. Man, COVID's fucked everything up. When many in-person demonstrations went ahead regardless, Palestinians walked to Daman, a village near Acre on the Mediterranean coast, or Daman, yeah, probably. That was destroyed in 1948, Wafa reported, raising Palestinian flags and giving speeches near a well that has remained intact. Demonstrations all took place in Az-Zinat, Safuria, Al-Basa, Lajun, and Malul, former Palestinian towns across the country that now lie beneath Israeli farm settlements. Palestinians inside Israel raised placards bearing the slogan, "Their Independence Day is our Nakba Day," and performed cultural activities such as the storied Dabke dance. Tarek Shabaita, whose family are from the town of Hittin near Nazareth, told Arab 48, Hittin has been subjected to harm and vandalism since the Nakba, and the preservation of the Hittin Mosque was a great challenge, in addition to the long struggles to preserve the village cemetery. Adrid called on Palestinians inside Israel to display the name of their families' destroyed villages and to raise Palestinian flags on rooftops, terraces, and balconies. Let everyone know that there is no substitute for the legitimate human and legal right of return, which was guaranteed by the international legal bodies, especially the Resolution 194 issued by the United Nations, Adrid said in a statement, and to prove to the whole world that the Palestinian people refuse to forget and to give up the right of return. Yeah. I mean, that's like a yearly type of thing, but it's still worth remarking upon. Home Office accepted higher risk of COVID in Army barracks, but insists decision was reasonable. Ms. Giovanetti reasoned that no one felt seriously ill or was hospitalized during the outbreak, adding that in the context of accommodation shortages, the decision to use the site was reasonable and rational. This is from the UK. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, this is UK. The Home Office insisted that the decision to dump asylum seekers in squalid and overcrowded army barracks during the pandemic was reasonable, despite acknowledging higher risks of infection. So then they're saying that it's reasonable to risk these people getting infected. 6 asylum seekers have brought a legal challenge against the department, arguing that its decision to house them in Napier Barracks in Kent was unlawful. The claimants say that they were put at exceptionally high risk of catching COVID-19 at the site, where crowded communal sleeping and eating arrangements resulted in a huge outbreak earlier this year. So, they already know that this place is risky. Lisa Giovanetti, QC, representing the Home Office, told the High Court today that the department has always accepted and acknowledged the transmission risk is higher in congregate settings of this sort. But she said that the Home Office had taken steps to ensure that no person specifically vulnerable to severe illness or death from COVID-19 was placed in the barracks. The Secretary of State position is that these were being sifted out to be relatively young people in good health. I mean, to be in good health until they get COVID. It's not just how high the risk of an outbreak is, but how significant the impact is likely to be on the numbers. So they're at this point, they're saying yeah, well, they'll get sick, but they won't get real sick. God. Such mealy-mouthed bullshit. Profile of individuals being placed in this accommodation, yeah. Ms. Giovanetti reasoned that no one felt seriously ill or was hospitalized during the outbreak, adding that in the context of accommodation shortages, the decision to use the site was reasonable and rational. January, half of the 400 men staying at Napier Barracks contracted COVID-19 following months of warnings and about unsafe conditions. During the outbreak, residents were forbidden to leave the site and said they felt abandoned. It was later reported that a leukemia sufferer was living at the barracks at the time. Jesus. Oh yeah, but we're only getting like young, healthy people. Rubbing further salt into the wound, Ms. Giovanetti told the courts that there were advantages to the squalid site, including the potential for recreational activities and benefits to communal living. The Morning Star understands that there are no recreational activities at the camp. So, okay, they're just telling lies. On Wednesday, the court heard how asylum seekers at the barracks had witnessed shocking suicide attempts and were left without mental health support. Recreational activities and benefits to communal living. Suicide attempts. Previously undisclosed documents also revealed that the Home Office had received warnings of serious fire risk at the site 2 months before the blaze broke out. The 2-day trial concluded this afternoon. A judgment is expected in May. Man, they really don't care, do they? They just don't give a fuck. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this viewer count. It's still stuck at 5, even though I see 12 people are watching on the Twitch website. I don't know. Maybe I should just turn it off. Alright, last one from this first post. Protests erupt in Spanish migrant camps at PSOE Podemos repression. Tensions have been running high at the Las Raíces since it entered into use in February, according to the charity Asamblea de Apoyo a Migrantes de Tenerife, Assembly to Support Migrants in Tenerife, ASMT. Many people have been protesting for some time in a hunger strike, etc. What's this about? Numerous protests have broken out in recent weeks in this is from World Socialist website. In recent weeks in migrant internment camps in the Spanish Canary Islands, migrants are protesting appalling living conditions and poor food in the camps and the lack of medical treatment amid the escalating global COVID-19 pandemic. Included in their demands is that they be allowed to travel to the Spanish mainland, where many migrants have family members. They are also opposing the violent racism they have faced at the hands of far-right thugs on the archipelago. On the start of April, dozens of migrants demonstrated at the Santa Cruz de Tenerife internment center, a former prison. Many are Muslims, but no arrangements have been made for the fasting month of Ramadan, which began this week. Spain halts Moroccan immigrants' protest in Canary Islands is this picture. Migrants held at the El Matoral internment camp in Fuerteventura, at an ex-school in Las Palmas in Gran Canaria, and the Las Raíces camp in Tenerife have also taken part in numerous hunger strikes over the last 2 months. Last Tuesday, a major protest broke out in the Las Raíces concentration camp, the largest of the 6 camps in the island chain. Las Raíces, a forest site on loan to the Interior Ministry from the Defense Ministry, currently houses 1,200 to 1,400 migrants. Tensions have been running high at Las Raíces since it entered into use in February. According to the charity Asamblea de Apoyo a Migrantes de Tenerife, Assembly to Support Migrants in Tenerife, ASMT. I'm just going to say ASMT. Many people have been protesting for some time in a hunger strike, etc. ASMT continued yesterday. Last Tuesday, there was supposed to be a meeting with someone in charge at AXEM, an organization contracted by the Spanish state to run the camps, but it didn't happen. As a result, protests were held, and the situation became quite tense. Clashes also reportedly broke out between migrants of different ethnicities, including Moroccans and Sub-Saharan Africans, according to ASEM. Well, according to the people who were trying to run the place and probably trying to fucking skirt responsibility and push off claims about what's going on to other people. Primary responsibility for the outbreak tensions in the Canary Islands lies with the PSOE Socialist Party Demos government, which has imprisoned thousands of migrants in squalid conditions in tent camps pending deportation. They have point-blank refused to allow migrants to travel to the Spanish mainland, claiming that to do so would be a pull factor for further migration. Explaining that the broader causes of the protest, ASMT stated the main demands that they be allowed to continue their migration route. The majority have been in the Canary Islands for more than 4 months, and many have family in Madrid and Barcelona. There are people who, with their little money, have bought a plane ticket, and when they arrived at the airport, they were held by the police and were not allowed to enter. ASMT also noted the lack of education for youth and described the appalling health situation in the camps, providing the perfect breeding ground for the coronavirus. Many minors are not being schooled, and medical care is dire with sick children who need immediate attention, pregnant women in pain, and badly cared for patients. Spanish police reacted violently to the protest at Las Raíces, firing rubber bullets and blank cartridges at the migrants. What the fuck are they? Why would you fire blanks? What does that even do? It make noise? That's bizarre. At the migrants, according to video posted online by ASMT, police can be seen attacking migrants with batons and riot shields. Migrants threw sticks and stones in response. Isora Mesa, a representative from ASMT, said 20 to 25 people have been taken to the hospital with broken ribs and broken arms, and injuries in the head from rubber bullets. So they're shooting people in the fucking head with rubber bullets like they do in other places. According to the local government, which you're not supposed to do, you're supposed to, like, bounce them off the ground. According to the local government delegation, 3 migrants were seriously injured, with another 7 also having to be hospitalized. The organization also posted a video of a trail of blood on a stairway leading to the camp's infirmary, which Assam later explained had come from a young sub-Saharan man with a fracture in his leg, which was showing the bone. 8 migrants were detained by police after the unrest last Wednesday. 5 of them, all Moroccan origin, were given prison sentences for their role in the protest. PSOE Regional President Angel Victor Torres responded to the altercations with a vicious anti-immigrant law and order campaign, promising that the regional government would immediately deport the migrants involved in the clashes. Hey, how are you doing? I'm good. How are you, the Kievet? Just reading through these stories. Not getting a whole lot of interaction from the chat, but that's fine. I'm happy to keep on reading this stuff and see what's in the news. I just finished writing a part for my paper, so I'm fine. Cool. You want to talk about what the paper's on, or just relax? I imagine you probably have a lot of that stuff still kicking around in your head. Yeah, let's see. About the law and order stuff, it's like, in the face of emergency situations, we have to impose order, he ominously declared. Yes, I do. Haha. Yeah. That's kind of how it is, isn't it? You're focused on something for a long time, and it's still bouncing around for a bit. Oh shit, Woke just went live. Yeah, I was like that the other night with some of the stuff at the trial, and it just was buzzing in my head, that and the protests. So after it was over... Oh, thanks for the follow, the Kievet. Let's see. Where's my... There we go. Alright, so now we got Woke. We can listen to them in the background and see what's going on with the protests before switching over to the happenings. I'm writing about an event during the First Crusade. Oh, that sounds interesting.
Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like. This is what unity.
Let's see. Where are we right now?
This is what unity looks like.
This is what.
These are all broke. Okay, so we do have something in Maryland now. I live in the Netherlands. Were the Netherlands involved in the Crusades? That's, I mean, not aware about all. I didn't think so. Yeah, that's what about the Crusades are you writing? So here we've got Maryland. Oh no, well, it was Maryland. They cut it off though. Now it's all Brooklyn Center. The Netherlands does not even exist. Oh right, but the area though. What was shit? Everything keeps getting reconfigured throughout European history. My Euro history is like terrible. But yeah, there was like I mean there were people in that sort of area before they like really they expanded some of it to, or no, I'm thinking of this is Netherlands, isn't it? Where they reclaimed lots of land. No, that's I don't remember shit. Was it the Netherlands that built out into the ocean and like brought up more of the like drain stuff, or was that somewhere else?
The former police chief thought it was a fresh idea to raise the Blue Line banner.
Was Alexios Komnenos truly among his men when the Crusader Lord Stephen of Blois went to him in Philomelium in 1098? This is the title. My first part is creating paradigms of the participants. That's the research question. Yeah, okay. When you say amongst his men, what does that entail? That sounds like a kind of a technical question. It's very like poetic sounding, but it sounds like it's I don't know, I mean that's what it all hinges on, I guess, right?
What does that tell you about right now? Is this a sundown town? They're trying to turn it into one. They're trying to tell us to go home when the sun goes down. They're trying to tell black folks.
We only got a few streams up right now.
Somewhere else. They don't want to see it.
They're all at different places at least, though.
On a campaign of being liberal.
All right, might want to switch over to focusing more on the protests than the news articles now. But I'll finish going through this one. So this is migrants in the Canary Islands of Spain are protesting for better conditions. Seems to be a pretty common theme these days.
These are going to be our streets for weeks, months, and maybe years to
where was I? Yep. Responding to hypocritical criticisms last month by former Canary Islands regional president Fernando Clavijo, that refugees are housed in unsanitary tent camps, the PSOE Podemos government defended its anti-migrant policies. Of course there are tents. PSOE Minister of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration Jose Luis Escriva blithely declared, like in every refugee center in the world. So while I read through the secondary authoritative sources, they're very good in their own right. They all write that Alexios Komnenos was present in Philomelium. They cite the primary sources, however, they don't analyze the validity of it. Oh, okay, so like, it's like literally, was he there? I thought it meant like more of a, like, more, I don't know, what side he was on, or like motivations or something, but that's funny. Although I guess like almost a thousand years ago, stuff like that can be kind of ambiguous. Could not find an argument or structure in 15 of those modern crusade compendiums. Yeah, huh. Yeah, about like actually being there. Huh.
And the way that you feel right now,
what's your hypothesis going to be?
That's perfectly fine. Don't worry about that. Do not worry about that. But we're going to be out here in these streets expressing ourselves, and they can keep using up and wasting money.
So you're going to be couching it ahead of time, because it's not necessarily going to get all the way to the bottom of it, but yeah. The end product based on my research would generate hypothesis. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're doing something that's like fairly preliminary. And okay, so these two on the right, those are Chicago. After Adam Toledo was shot, so that's what they're protesting. Everything else is Brooklyn Center still. I'm not going to postulate it as fact. Well, yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're digging into some really old stuff. So that's the responsible thing to do. Scientifically, academically, and so on. Yeah, of course you can never know it with 100%, but you can sort of do better historiography and figure out like how much can we actually say about this and what it looks like it's likely to be. Yeah, I've heard of the Byzantine Empire. I'm not like completely ignorant of history. I mean, I couldn't tell you like lots of details of stuff, but I've heard of them.
That may have been injured in these protests. Take your phone out.
Reports that Spain has been subjecting child migrants to invasive medical examinations to determine their age exposes the high standards of care migrants can express from PSOE, Podemos government. Children have been forced to undress completely and undergo an examination of their genitalia to establish whether or not they are less than 18. That doesn't tell you if they're... Jesus Christ. Yeah, so it sounds like the camps in the U.S. started describing how Christianity got adopted in the Roman Empire when Constantine converted. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. That's like a really huge historical event. Like massive impact, like centuries and over a millennium later. It's like a big topic. But I mean, if you're talking specifically about the adoption of the Roman Empire, it's not as... That's prior to the Christianization of Europe as a whole. But still a huge deal. I mean, the Roman Empire was really big back then.
We ain't here to dance. We ain't here to smile. We want the enemy to know that we at his front door.
And then, of course, that it's going to tie into the Byzantine Empire. Let's see. Other migrant children have been subjected to bone tests or orthopedic examinations known as panoramic radiographs. The first involves x-raying the wrists, hands, and fingers of the children, while the latter is a radiographic examination providing detailed information about their jaw and tooth structure. This sounds like eugenics shit. Jesus. This is like some grim stuff happening here in the Canary Islands.
They ain't gonna get us justice. They don't care. They're still killing us as if we's oxen. As if we
pay a little attention to the protests real quick.
Not even a dog. They love their dog. You know what I'm saying?
That's Brooklyn Center.
Animal that they eat, man. We have to fight back. We got to fight back. I don't know what.
Oh shit, Kenosha's got something going on.
Murderous police from killing us. I don't know what we have to do.
And then that's Minneapolis.
Discuss and join the new Black Panther Party.
People were outraged they had an emperor who was Christian. Yeah. Certain paganist theories, they used the Hellenistic political models to describe the temporal realm as a flawed version of the kingdom of Zeus, because it's a version of the ruler of the temporal world is a god. This is possible because it was polytheistic.
Cemetery. And since then, think of how many more.
Yeah, so I could see that bringing in somebody. I mean, like in general, having an emperor who's a different religion tends to upset people. But yeah, if you have somebody who's like trying to fit into that role as being like some kind of manifestation of your religion, but they're from a different religion, I can see how that could cause problems.
They guns before they asking us for our driver's license. They bring in 2 and 3 police cars. They searching us without due process. And you say, no, where's
Let's see. Switch over here. Yeah, I kind of don't want to keep reading into that horrible story in the Canary Islands. Because goddamn. Yeah, the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child has denounced Spain for using barbaric and humiliating genital examinations. God.
So it looked like, it sounds like, and it smells like that we need to tear this motherfucker up.
Sounds like that's just some shit happening out on some remote island without anybody to hold people accountable.
I'm the Sheikh Imam Akbar Abdullah Kareem, the national spokesman for the new Black Panther Party for self.
Alright.
Whose street? Our street! Whose street? Our street! Whose land? Whose land? Whose land? Whose land? The white man has had squatters' rights on our land too long. He was supposed to plant corn.
Alright, so we still got mostly Brooklyn Center. We also got Minneapolis, Kenosha, and Chicago. The rest are Brooklyn Center.
I know you, but I worry about you every day. We need y'all out here. We need y'all coming to events, and we need y'all doing good because you are better than everything.
This is
They're intimidated us. They're intimidated by the color of your skin. You know why? Because
eventually Eusebius of Caesar or Kaiser came around. He modified those models. What he did is that he equated it with the Christian version. So with the Christian version of the spiritual realm, it's not the kingdom of Zeus, but the kingdom of God. So the kingdom of God is monotheistic and is one God. But there is one God, there can only be one temporal ruler since it is a reflection. The emperor was appointed by God to reassure Christianity's safety. The emperor is not a god since it is a monotheistic religion. Interesting. You can see the seeds of divine rights of kings there.
no peace, no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace.
Yeah, it's funny how, like, as heavily associated as all that is with Christianity specifically, it's a syncretism with the prior Roman belief system.
So I'm here to
Alright, so now it looks like this entire right side is Chicago, Illinois.
For all of the black folks in this country, we're here to demand justice for those who have been deprived of justice for too long. We're here to stand in solidarity with ourselves and our children because the action on the part of the...
So this basically gives the title of Roman Emperor sovereignty and being the only righteous temporal leader. So this whole story will help me define Alexios' paradigm.
So for them to be able to express themselves, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff is very fascinating, the way that this, like, sort of belief system develops. Since this source has been cited in almost all the Byzantine works up until the fall of the empire. Okay, I see. That makes sense.
The imams and the pastors should not be neutral. They should be...
So, like, that's gonna sort of help you find the basis for...
freedom for the people.
Provide, like, more of the historical context for things. Yeah, they're like, yeah, that's like eastern part of the Roman Empire, right? And they're kind of they become separate, of course, but since the Byzantines are basically Roman Alexios' emperor, so he will have this attitude. When the Crusaders come, he will have this thinking pattern. Okay. This will help me deduce if he would be in Philomelium or not. That makes sense. Yeah. It's you're kind of going through like a fairly complex set of steps there. But yeah, that makes sense. It all that tracks. It sounds like some very interesting research.
The generations to come after us will go through the same thing. Now we have to sacrifice. We have to be on the front.
I don't know. I'm not aware of like what the state of the art or the science is there, but that sounds like potentially, you know, getting into some. You're in high school still and you're doing this? Damn. That's impressive.
Sometimes some people just little marijuana in the but I don't know that's an imam. But it doesn't make any sense to lock people up and then when you have legalized in so many states.
Pre-university high school. Yeah. We have that in the US. Sort of. We have like they call it advanced placement. you could do college courses in the last couple of years of high school.
All the people want is to strive to be able to learn to put.
University in my country is automatically a master. Yeah, sounds like you've got a education system that actually gets on top of stuff, teaches people faster.
This is long overdue, and we will not stop. We'll do everything that we can.
That's like a whole big conversation about how different education systems work.
To uplift their voices, and that's why we're here.
The U.S. is really falling down in that department.
I am here today.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's not necessary to do it, but it's impressive and it's fucking cool.
From a prophetic teaching of Prophet Muhammad tells me that if you
I think I have the potential to write the best research of my country. Well, I mean, hey, what I'm doing now. It sounds like
then change it with your tongue, say something.
it's some good confidence to have.
Then change it.
I hope that you're right.
Leave that place. Show that you're not okay with it. And
There's like a competition or something that you're in with high school researchers.
And that is the lowest level of faith. So I want to tell people that if you are at home and you are sitting,
Or you just like saying in general, like comparatively, you think that it would be among the best or the best.
if you're watching from the TV, this is the kids live there, and everybody's getting
See, what do we have now? Updated.
another brother every single day. Like, come on. Like these.
Alright, looks like it's still Chicago over here on the right side, and then Brooklyn Center. And then this, I think this is Minneapolis. This is Kenosha.
The most valuable thing, but we protect property right now.
Oh, they got Milwaukee now too.
This is what's happening. The social consciousness is dying because property is.
Yeah, comparatively, I read some stuff that's decent. The regional contest in the country is very lackluster.
This is injustice. This is. We can't sit back.
Well, hey, maybe you're going to be raising the bar. That's cool.
We're getting involved. We're gonna change it systematically. We're gonna change it whatever way possible that we can. This is Ramadan right now. We're fasting. I haven't ate or drank since this morning. And I'm here right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. It is
What
Ramadan.
am I fasting for?
Yeah, that was in some of the other news articles.
When I see wrong, I have to say it's wrong.
Speaking of which, I'm going to see if I can get through these other articles before anything goes down. I'm not going to read all of them necessarily, but get through the headlines and the blurbs. Yeah, like, hey, the key of it, I wish you luck in
God is greater.
raising the bar.
Human being, they need.
Well, the contest is not really that important to me. I just turned 20 and I was a school dropout. Doing everything to speed up. I mean, it sounds like you're on the right track there.
Kill.
That's
But what about
it's interesting research, and I mean, I can't speak to the quality in general of the other research in the country, but I mean, it seems believable
We don't accept that.
that it's up at the top.
This
Hopefully,
rooted with white
hopefully you get where you're going.
call it out.
Sounds like you're on a good track for it. Not, I don't know I don't know the way the system works, but
To call it out, we need to come to the
I
place.
look at papers in my country to get a gist of what kind of level I had to perform at. I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
Keep watching.
Sounds reasonable.
And we're gonna be here as long as it needs to be. Thank you, brothers.
Yeah. Wish you luck with that.
To speak. Thank you so much.
See, they've. All right, where are they? Brooklyn Center is on the left and top center up here. The left side, this is all Chicago. Kenosha is in the middle, and Milwaukee's right here.
I know all these different groups out here, and I can see it.
So people already are out protesting and shit. BLM, not exactly, sort of. I mean, I think at this point, it's become more of a general thing with dealing with the police. Like, for instance, the police shooting in Chicago was not a black victim. So,
and these different groups need to come together.
yeah, American politics is. There's better things to read up on, to be honest. But yeah, this is all like ongoing recent development stuff, because there was I mean, everybody was paying attention to the protests after George Floyd was murdered, and this Sunday, there was another young man, or well, Floyd wasn't a young man, but there was a young man murdered like 10 miles away from where Floyd died, Dante Wright, and people started protesting over that. Then there was a teenager, 16-year-old boy in Maryland, who was killed by the police, Peyton Ham. And then Wednesday night, I think, there was a 13-year-old boy shot by the police in Chicago, Adam Toledo. So a big rush of police killings during the George Floyd trial, the trial of Derek Chauvin, who killed George Floyd. So why do you think police are so aggressive? Stuff like this almost never happens in Europe. It's a combination of things. Like the big main thing is that the police in America, or in the US, are descended from like slave catchers and strike busters, and they less so than in Europe, where they're more indirect, I guess, arm of the ruling class. They're kind of the police almost serve in the US almost serve a function of like terrorism, of keeping the people in line and afraid of political power. So as a result of that, you end up with the system kind of looking the other way when they do a lot of violence. And it's only like recently that people have been recording videos, and it's been coming to light how terrible things have been the entire time. And then you get into like specific things about like how this actually gets implemented, and there's like details about the training that they undergo, where they're taught to use a whole lot of force, to use lethal force, to go directly for the gun the first time. But all of that is a reflection of their role in the system as like basically keeping people in line and afraid, and being sort of it's because the Second Amendment weapons. No, in fact, it's like the opposite of that. Usually what's happened historically is that police will try to confiscate weapons owned by regular citizens prior to police violence, and when people are armed, it tends to be a very strong deterrent to the police coming in.
Good luck trying to fly. Good luck trying to fly, because everybody's looking at you thinking somehow you are a ticking time bomb.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the standard communist line that you would hear, is the police operate as the enforcers of the state, which is working in service of capital, the rich business owners who are able to lobby and get whatever they want. They basically do it in the open now, but it's the way the system's always worked. Yeah, if you want to hear more about it, there's the link down underneath this Twitch channel, the leftypol. Talk about that stuff all the time. It's an image board for discussing politics and other shit. But yeah, no, the police in the United States are basically like the bleeding edge prototype version of cops, and they test out all the new stuff, and they take a lot more like risks and go a lot farther than other people do, because it's kind of the Wild West as far as what they're allowed to get away with. I don't know about them being an instrument. Oh no, that's, I already read that. Of the state's preoccupations with private property. Yeah. I mean, and you can see that as a result of like, every time you see these protests, like people will come out and protest in response to somebody being murdered, and they'll like break a window or something. And the media is always talking about the poor property that was damaged, and then downplaying the fact that somebody died. Priorities are all out of whack, and that's like a cultural thing in the US too. That's sort of developed out of the economic system being so ruthless, is that people prize property over, you know, human life or safety or any other things. That's kind of a, well, it's not uniquely American, especially now that the United States has been exporting its culture around the world, but it's definitely a distinctly American, or from the United States in its origin.
We are moving from one place to
But
another.
yeah, it's a huge problem, and all this stuff, all this is like
On the fence,
a couple centuries or more in the making.
we got air freshener. Someone said we're smelling good right now. I know. So
I still do not know my political orientation. Last time, I would say you probably,
we got air
people tend to be like
because this is what
very anal about what their how to clearly define their politics, but I think that what's more important is like developing an understanding of how things work,
by the way. I've been stopped for an air freshener.
and like trying to like scientifically understand it.
So
But yeah, there's plenty to learn. Last time I did not vote since I think it was a waste of my time. Oh yeah, voting is almost always a waste of time. There's like maybe some local elections where it's not, but generally it is. I live in a system that gives an illusion of being able to vote to keep people content and being a sort of tradition, still a remnant from the Enlightenment. A representative democracy. Almost said repressive democracy, which is not entirely wrong. I do not feel that my vote really matters. Yeah, especially when like votes are being filtered through some kind of complex system to determine like what people really were voting for. Like the U.S. has the Electoral College and has like all these other systems that like count up the votes and then shuffle things around and count them differently. A lot of that stuff is just like an illusion of democracy, but there are of course alternatives. They're just not going to be presented because, you know, you've got people who have power and people who don't, and you know, never looked at those systems before. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of stuff out there. There's loads of like even simple stuff to get your feet wet with it. I don't know. Do we have I think we might still have one of those like introductory threads. Let me check.
I want to recognize them in that sense by
I think we've got like a thread for people who haven't like read up on the subject yet.
it was the clergy that moved the civil rights movement.
We did at some point. Right now it looks like we don't.
And it was the
It's a shame. We should have a sticky thread on the main leftypol board saying that like, here's a bunch of stuff for you to read.
who marched on the front lines with Dr. King,
Yeah, the welcome thread is about like site meta,
who stood forward. So I'm going to make a
and then there's the call for moderators. We don't have that like intro thread anymore.
front lines right now. And we need
I like these systems a lot, but I like to focus on history because it feels more neutral in the sense that there are no emotional debates, etc. Oh, I don't know about that. There's people who get really emotional about history. But history is like really important as a foundation to like understand how we got to the present.
who don't believe that
There's some dudes trying to understand and reconstruct the past. Yeah, well, that's like the good kind of history. There's lots of politically motivated history where people are like, I want to make this side look good or bad, and that's a load of crap.
moment right now, but make a commitment.
Classical times and medieval times. Well, yeah, that's you know, that's created the conditions that led the world to develop to where it is.
Welcome.
You know, the past determines what possible developments happen in the future. Modern nations form. I would like to stay way clear of that. Yeah, that is where people start to get like really
Who have been protesting and
invested in politics. But yeah, the foundation of like communism politically is what you call well, I guess like the view of like history and stuff would be called historical materialism, and this idea that history moves in like a mechanical kind of way that you can understand through like a scientific process and inquiry.
it's time for real action.
And that kind of like forms a basis that then allows you to try to understand how things move. Determinism? Not really. It's I mean, it's one of those things where people will be like, determinism is gonna come out of this, and you can read it that way, but it's not necessarily the case. It's there's a quote, shit, I forget if it's Marx or if it's Engels, but you know, men make their own history, but not as they choose. Basically, the idea is that your circumstances dictate the limits of your ability. Like, you know, people in medieval Europe didn't have the technology to build rockets and space stations. So they're only able to do, like, to work with whatever they've got. But within that, you can you can sort of work on that. Yeah, I mean, like you could say that it's kind of like the nurture versus nature thing, but it's a different sort of framework. There's like a whole bunch of philosophical background too, like idealism versus materialism in terms of what moves the world. But basically, like the gist of it is like taking a scientific approach to understanding history and politics. And like basically the difference being that history is the past and politics is the present. And if you understand like how things work in that way, you can make predictions about where the future could go, depending on what people do now. Yeah. It's translated, I think, from German, so. Yeah. I feel like it doesn't actually capture the point that well, though, because you have to understand the context of saying that, like, the deal is sort of, it's saying that you don't choose how you make history because you don't choose what your situation is. Like, you don't choose if you are on a deserted island or if you're in a lush river valley or whatever. You know, you play. Another way of saying it is, you know, you play the cards that you're dealt. That would be like the American idiom version of that. But there's also inside of that quote, there's this idea that people make history through like their actions, but they don't necessarily know how things are going to turn out. And the less you understand like history and politics, the harder it is for you to predict where things are going to go. But yeah, that's kind of like the basis of like the far left is kind of like an attempt to scientifically understand politics and history and use that to try to figure out, you know, what are we really doing and where are we going from here? Whereas what you're talking about with like voting and more traditional politics is almost entirely confined to, you know, a justification of the present system, whatever that might be. You know, you'd say in like classical era, you've got justifications for this slave system. In the feudal era, you've got justifications why we've got nobles and peasants. And in the modern era, you've got justifications for why you've got, you know, people working minimum wage jobs that they could get fired from any time without any benefits. And at the same time, you've got like multi-billionaires owning everything.
They're a little quiet.
Yeah, that's the full quote.
And that silence is violence right now.
Exactly.
Right? Complacency in this moment.
I'm not so good at memorizing strings of text like that. And I think I've seen it translated a few different ways too.
And I understand I got a little numbness in my face, I got Bell's palsy, but I'm still out here. You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, that's kind of like the basis of it. Is like, okay, well, here's like how politics works, it seems. Let's figure it out. Instead of like, unfortunately, people do take it to the same place. People take most politics, which is dividing up into camps and saying, I'm going to fight for my system, and I'm going to destroy anybody who's from a different system, which is not very useful.
We have to say that you are against justice. Right? How can you be silent against justice?
Of course, like, since people do fight, you do have to actually fight sometimes. You know, sometimes conflict comes to a head like this. I mean, if it's impossible to reason with somebody and they're going to continue using violence against you, what are you going to do other than try to fight back?
Our legislators stay silent. A couple of months back when we've been having meetings with legislators.
So right now we only got half of the people on,
there were 6 legislators in the
half of these feeds are from Brooklyn Center. You also got still Kenosha, Milwaukee, and Chicago. So it seems like things are spreading again. Of course, it's in response to the police violence spreading.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! When do we want it? Now! When do we want it? Now! So do not tell me to wait to get justice at the next legislative session. This legislative session, I can't talk, sorry. This legislative session ends on May 17th. We can still get some justice, y'all. We can still get some justice, y'all. So we need all of you.
I think in Brooklyn Center there's like some law that's up, or no, it's not the law, it's the budget that they're going to pass. And they're people are trying to like protest to get the budget for the police reduced because there's like the clock is running out on that one.
Silence is right.
So it just happened to be the case that the police shooting happened shortly before they were going to resolve the budget for the year.
Being not racist is not good enough. You must be anti-racist. Yeah. Right? You must be.
It looks like this is a place where everybody's gathered in Brooklyn Center.
Complacency got Donald killed. Complacency got Jamar Clark killed. Complacency got our brother Dwayne Wright killed.
So you can deduce out of this that Marx thinks that there's not a lot of freedom since you have a space in what you can move and what you can make in those confinements of your own history. So the framework history creates unhappiness. No, not necessarily. It just means that there's like limits. It's important to understand that the context prior to like the more modern view of this stuff was that like history is made by great men with great ideas. And this was like a major development away from that by saying that like basically we're, you know, people are operating strategically as like players on a board game kind of thing, you know. I need to know what his idea of the definition of history is. I mean, that's kind of a big topic, but it's like, you know, it's the process of people, you know, moving forward through time and developing their social system. I mean, like he's focused more on like economics and production than, you know, what a lot of people think of as history, which is like wars and battles and stuff. That's also like a major shift. Like Marx is responsible for a huge shift in like the way people look at not just economics but history too. And it's not like he's personally solely responsible for it, but he was like a major player in moving away from this like idea that history is a product of people who just decide to make things a certain way, and recognizing that things sort of happen as a result of you know, cause and effect. And it's not to say that like you don't have freedom to do things, but it's more that you just limits, and you can do things in certain you know, you can only do the things that you can actually do. The unfreedom that you really see in the world is more as of an imposition of the current system that you're in. If you've got somebody who's, you know, restricting what you're allowed to do, you know, if you can do something in a general sense, but you're not allowed to do it, that's a much more frequent source of unfreedom than like determinism. Yeah, I mean, I think we're operating through like a language barrier to a degree too. But yeah, it's a big topic. It's like, I mean, he wrote like a lot of text on this. But yeah, there's like also, I mean, there's a whole lot of philosophical disagreement among all the people who, you know, identify as communists and practice politics based on this kind of framework. But yeah, if you got like questions or anything, I think we might have questions that don't deserve their own thread, but if not, usually they tend to be pretty tolerant of people like making a thread to ask a broad question. History with the definition you say gives the creation of social systems. These social systems are restraining, and men can only move in those social frameworks. Yeah, I would add also to that it's not just the social framework that's restricting. It's like the fundamental level of development that you've got. Like, you know, if you're just beginning the agricultural revolution, you're not going to have the technology to do a lot of things that we could do now or that we could do a few hundred years ago. It's more that like the limit, the basic limit on things is how far you've developed the social system, but like think of it in terms of production and technology. Social systems are more dependent on in Marx's view, the material basis, which is like the technology or the ability of society to meet the needs of the people. Technology. Oh yeah, technology is seen as majorly progressive force. Like there's good and bad outcomes in like the short term, but over time, like Marx was very much like had a progressive view of society, that over time you develop more technology and that increases the ability of you to produce things. It reduces the amount of labor that you have to put into survival or any of the things that you are creating for your society, and that frees you up to make more things and to increase like standard of living, basically.
So
more movement's not necessarily better. It just means that, like, basically, it's like, as you're talking about freedom, it doesn't mean, it's not necessarily better to do more production or do more movement, although often it is. But the less the necessary labor to put into something, the more time you have to do other things. So technology creates more freedom, in that sense, you could say.
It's gonna be a long year. So take a deep breath right now. Okay.
I mean, I don't know how the translations of Marx are, but like you can find fairly short texts on Marx on the internet for free. Like Marxist Internet Archive has a bunch of stuff, like most of the stuff. Like if you want a sort of simple version, kind of outlining, I don't know what's a good view, like broad view of the scope of Marx's ideas. Maybe I would recommend like the Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, because that kind of gives you the context for the theoretical and philosophical basis. But I don't know if there's a good like short introduction to Marx's theory of like history. Engels's origin of family private property in the state is kind of along those lines.
Say his name. Say his name.
I would advise you to be a very critical reader of anything like this, especially secondary sources, because there's very politically motivated people, particularly when they're reading Marx, who will like distort things a lot. I don't know much beyond high school history after 1600. Yeah, I mean, who does though? Other than people who are like into history.
Keep that going for DJ.
Yeah.
Coalition for Justice for Jamar.
I would say there's probably some good text on that. I'm not thinking at the moment of anything that's like a good primer on historical materialism.
Under attack the last couple of days. They keep arresting them.
Maybe I can find something in my
They keep shooting at them.
stock of PDFs.
They keep telling them to fucking leave, because what they're trying to do is they want to brutalize.
What's funny? I'm an expert in sciences person. I'm doing physics, math, etc. I just added history for fun. Well, I mean, history you can approach scientifically. It's just that, like, for a long time, history has been the domain of like myth making almost. But yeah, like, especially recently, there's been much more of a scientific approach to it.
And that's one of the ways they're going.
History seems more difficult. Well, history is more complicated. You want to measure like something that's in physics or something that's in math. It's pretty straightforward because it's well, physics is something you can easily abstract. Same with like chemistry and stuff like that. And with math, it's like abstract to begin with. So, it's fairly straightforward with like formulas, things like that you have to figure out. But with history, there's just so many factors that complicate things. It's like extremely complex.
We have a killing and a mass murder every week, right? So it's hard to keep up. But yes, it's still hard out here for our Asian and brothers and sisters. And they're going to stand in solidarity with us, and we're standing in solidarity with them.
Unfortunately, most of the stuff I've got from Marx is all like directly about economics and politics, as opposed to like background theory.
We have a lot of queer and trans people who were black.
I mean, yeah, I would recommend Theses on Feuerbach, because that's a very short one, but it's also, I would recommend the Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classic German Philosophy by Engels for context on all that, because it's very philosophical. Alright, yeah, sure. Pop on anytime I'm streaming. I'll be off tomorrow, but I usually do 4 days on the weekdays. Always happy to talk.
How they're under danger.
Yeah. The Kievit. Thanks for popping in and for the follow.
For fun. So we need to make sure that we are.
Alright, what's up with... Somebody's got a sky cam. Brooklyn Center. Interesting.
Pride is when the trans black movement fought the cops. That's what fucking Pride was. They was out there fighting them in the fucking streets. And that's why we need to make sure that we have solidarity.
It sounds like they're
The next thing I want to talk about,
reclaiming people that have been liberal washed.
because all the liberals told me he was so much different, right? He's so different than Trump. Everything's gonna be this. All your dreams are gonna go true. You're gonna get wings and fly. You know, all the bullshit, right?
This guy sounds based.
And the truth of the matter is, we still bombing Syria. Kids are stealing.
Yeah, this guy sounds based. I need to add a based zone for this guy.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. It's unsanitary. No, I'm biting one. They don't care anymore. Yeah. They still in the cage. Yep. Biden is a part of the same administration that had the highest deportation rate with the Obama administration.
Holy shit, this guy's on fire.
They only wanted to talk about it when Trump got in there. And now we got the National Guard. They out here snatching people too on some slave catcher shit.
Dude, holy shit, this guy's on fire.
We got white vans following the National Guard around because they plan on snatching people. And I'm going to tell you.
They've been having really good stuff like this at Brooklyn Center occasionally.
But you know, I'm still out here anyway. Because it is my duty to fight for my freedom. Say that with me. It is my duty. It is my duty. It is my duty. So my next thing I want to talk about is Tim Fascist Walls. He the one that got all the National Guard out here right now. So let's talk about his ass. He claimed he been a teacher.
Yeah, they've had some good radical speakers previous days too. They had a guy who was warning people about like feds trying to what do you call it, subvert the movement.
That are being shot and that are bleeding. I have been to so many protests in the last year. And the amount of blood I saw last night was crazy. And they're targeting black people. They're out here targeting us. They're using us as target practice. And now you gotta tell me he's a teacher and he care about the youth. Why this bullshit is happening? Can someone say that's that bullshit? That's that bullshit? That's that bullshit? So what we need to do is we need to...
Yeah, it's just easier to turn the camera off when I need to take a drink.
They come out every 4 years and say they care about Black Lives Matter. Because what I need to happen is I need to see that Black Lives Matter. I don't want you to say it. I want you to show me, okay?
Show me.
Damn. The sign here says chokeholds or modern day lynchings.
And that's some fucking bullshit.
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 The last thing I want to talk about is these buildings, right?
Stupid ass bitch.
So a lot of people come out here when someone dies, right? But we need people that are going to stay. We need to make sure we're actually going to get some bills changed and we're going to get some systemic change, okay?
Oh, now he's talking about bills.
What's happening right now is terrible. The legislators are calling people from the community pretending like they care right now because Dante Wright died.
Alright, he's still based though.
They always want to call us. They always want to pretend like they had always been working on the legislation. These bills are supposed to be made out of paper, not out of fucking people.
So that.
Why
Out of what?
die for us to change the law? Why does someone have to die for people to care?
I mean, he's right. Yeah.
We need prevention. I'm a youth worker.
I just couldn't hear. I couldn't understand what he said.
In Chicago. I can't even keep up with it. I've been out here. We were going out. We're buying all the core air freshener to do it. I couldn't even keep up with everything that's going on right now. It's too fucking much. It's just too much. Just imagine how it feels to turn on the TV every other day and see another black person die.
All right.
Just imagine. Every fucking time. We're in the middle of a fucking trial for this fucked up bullshit they did, and they can't pretend they're not monsters in 2 months.
Right? Yeah.
It's painful. It hurts. I can feel it in my body. The feeling I feel, it's not sadness. If you're sad, you become happy at some point, right? What I feel is hopelessness.
Yes.
Because it doesn't feel like this is ever going to stop. Black trans lives matter, and all power to the people.
Sounded like he knows how to inject important stuff while also keeping the crowd's attention. Some good shit.
So we tell them, we are the people. We are the people. Motherfucking people. The motherfucking people. We are the people. We are the people. The motherfucking people. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name.
Yeah. You gotta be like clever with that kind of stuff sometimes.
Please give it up for Janae from Isaiah.
Well, let's see if maybe this is a good speaker too. All power people should go a bit past some reform, I'd say, but yeah, like the thing is, you gotta know your audience. Like if you just get up, this is like a thing that a lot of socialists get wrong. Is if you just get up and start shouting about, you know, abolish private property, you're gonna just confuse people in most cases.
Are of divine worth and value.
Oh no.
You deserve dignity. That you deserve agency.
Divine worth and value.
And no one, not them, surely not them, and no one else can snuff out black joy. No one else can snuff out black dignity. No one else can snuff out black honor. It belongs to us. Yes. It belongs to us. It belongs to us. Yes. It belongs to us. Yes. I see your pain. I cry with you. There are clergy here. There are folks here who are crying and mourning with you. Yes. There are clergy here from Christian communities. There are clergy here from the Jewish Community Action. We are here with barbershops and Black Congregation Cooperative with Isaiah. And we are here to say that we stand in solidarity with you all. Not only solidarity, we protest with you. We do not condone state-sanctioned murders on our people. We do not condone it. And let's be real. Justice for George Floyd. Justice for Dante Wright is not one cop going to jail. It's not two cops going to jail. It is taking back our resources that they suck up and using it in our community.
Okay, maybe kind of based. A lot of platitudes early on, but yeah, it's you know, it's liberation theology. Maybe.
That not you just say Black Lives Matter, that you are defending Black lives with your policies, with your legislation, with your personnel. And if they ain't legit, they got to go. God bless y'all. God bless y'all. I honor y'all.
Give it up for Janae, y'all. Wow.
And also kept it pretty brief, just to hit the key thing, you know.
Whose streets? Whose streets? When we say whose land?
The importance of continuing to go out and fight and protest, and to try to like the redistribution thing there is, you know, kind of through a liberal lens, but it is sort of getting at the heart of it, so that's pretty good.
An inspiration to many of us. Please give it up for Tonya, y'all.
Similar kind of thing where you gotta speak to a general audience sometimes. Goal here is not to filter out and find the most radical people, it's to push people into radicalism and organize.
Native Lives Matter here in the Twin Cities. I'm also a Justice family member. My brother-in-law was killed by the police in Denver by a fucking piece of shit 3%er cop named Michael Trout. And we come out here when shit like this happens. When the police kill someone, we come right out. We don't give a shit what color you are. Families need that support. And there's a lot of family members that are in the crowd, Indigenous family members that are in the crowd who come and support, who haven't got justice at all. Their names are totally wiped clean from the slate. They're not remembered, and it's really sick and tiring for our people who are constantly fighting for visibility. We're constantly fighting to be seen and heard. So that's correct. This is Native land. You are standing on Dakota land. You are walking on the blood and spirits of my ancestors. So recognize that while you're here.
So this is like
You live here,
the race trump card.
you're coming for the protest. Always remember that you're on Dakota land, the homeland of Dakota people. And nobody owns the land here. We belong to the land. Remember that. So while we're out here, you know, for Dante, we have family members in the crowd who are out here for their loved ones as well. We got the family of Billy Hughes, Phil Quinn, Paul Castaway, Don Taylor Wright, who was also killed here in Brooklyn Center. While we're out here for George Floyd, please remember Wayne Reyes. Chauvin killed him too. A lot of people don't know that. Yes. Chauvin kills our people too. He's a serial killer.
Oh.
Fighting oppression, suppression since the colonizer came, since 1492. But people seem to fail to realize that we're still here.
We're here, we see you. I see you.
We walk amongst you. We're in solidarity every single time that the police kill a black person, because those are our relatives as well. We have the same things in life we all go through. We were put on reservations, we were stolen. Our kids are still being stolen and left in cages. I've been hearing a lot of talk about white supremacy and infiltrators in the crowds. And they're not just white.
Oh shit. She's talking about fedlocks.
Take your big checks and get the fuck out. This shit's for the real warriors. When you guys go home, we still gotta fucking live here. That's some real shit. You can be doing all you want in the crowd, trying to make friends in the crowd, but we see that shit. We point it out. We see your faces. And just as though you take our information, we take your information too.
Yes, we do.
We know who you are too. We know where you live too. You guys aren't exempt from anything that goes on in this world.
Oh shit. She's like,
Military as well.
Right.
yeah.
You guys should really seek some help. We know what's going on underneath those helmets. Help yourselves. Stop fucking with us. We're fighting for your people too. We're fighting for you. You guys have to watch.
Yeah, I know. That's hilarious. She did the meme. Stop it. Get some help. Oh man.
So while we're out here,
I was a little worried at first, but this is good.
I'm always out here with you guys. I always got your back. All the time. We're here together. Stand together. Protect each other. Protect each other from even the people you stand next to. Because that's some real shit. When there's these white supremacy media out here, such as Alpha News, who ain't got the balls to stand in front of me, but they'll come after I go home and record what's going on. Take copies from memorials. You fucking piece of shit, fucking media.
God damn.
This is the real media right here. These are the ones you trust.
He's going hard.
Up so fucking much for us. Dump some money into their PayPals, into their Cash App. They come out here with no gear sometimes.
Yeah.
To film what people watch from home. Trust these guys, the ones you see that are out here with the people. Not the ones that come for the pictures and, and stand far away and record and then go the fuck back to their bougie ass hotel rooms to come out here in the morning and do it again.
Nice. Fucking the tourists. Although I guess I should say, to be fair, I'm kind of doing that too, because I'm restreaming this. So is anybody with woke, but
about women should go home.
Trying to help this get more platform.
10 babies at home. 8 girls and 2 boys. My son was already shot by the fucking police last summer.
God damn.
And I'll be damned if my baby boy is another name, another memorial. I'll be damned. I'll sit in fucking prison for that shit.
True, it is worse when you're actually there getting in the way to just
Us families, we have anger too.
get a bunch of fucking attention.
Get the luxury of having someone charged for the death of my brother.
Yeah.
Still not charged. This year will be 6 years. We're still fighting you motherfuckers. Thank you, sister. And we're still gonna be
Well, they may never be charged. But, I mean, it seems like things are different a little bit more now, so...
The military as well.
I mean, that didn't used to happen.
Fighting for a country that don't even fucking belong to you.
Damn. She fucking came out and said, fuck the military, too. That's a bold move.
Don't even belong to you. You're guests here. You're guests here. And we're your fucking hosts.
Yeah, organizing does work. Yep.
Remember when you guys are out here to love on each other because we're all traumatized.
Yes.
Not more or less than the next. We're all traumatized.
Right.
When this happens, the whole entire community, the whole entire world sees it and feels it. So no more talk on this microphone about what women should do. I'm a woman. I'm a life giver. Pray for me and I pray for you.
Yes.
Stand next to me and I stand next to you. All the ones who like to talk about, our two-spirit relatives here in the crowd. Shame on you. Shame on you guys for calling shit out like that. That ain't your fucking place. You have no right. You have no right coming up in these crowds where there's nothing but love to talk about what you dislike. Go the fuck home then.
They got people harassing people for that?
We're sick of people using this microphone as a way to fucking talk shit about people. It's disgusting. Just think there's babies out here too sometimes. And that's the type of shit that you guys put out. People who are fathers and mothers and grandparents and all of that type of shit. Well, where do you go home and teach your fucking kids?
Yeah, I would play that on the stream, the video of Adam Toledo getting shot, but that would get me banned.
We are one. We are.
Horrifying.
We are. We are.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Another thing I want to talk about is I want to give a lot of fucking props. And some people probably disagree with me. I want to give a lot of props to our white
honestly, one of the worst police execution videos, I think.
You guys know what I'm talking about. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you to Peter, who comes at the drop of a hat for our families. Thank you to all of you guys for being here and who continue to come out for us. Yes. You know, even though we don't get justice, my family is still in mourning. Seeing you guys out here in action, that's what gives us a lot of hope. That gives us a lot of love that you guys show us. So thank you guys very much. And if you guys are here for some bullshit, get the fuck up.
I guess the source is just low quality. Thought maybe had the resolution low, but woke just as a low quality source.
You want some bullshit? Get the fuck out. You'll get your time. You'll get your fucking time. Remember us. Remember my people. You have to quit the land. Remember that.
Well, that seems like 3 for 3 good speakers so far.
Last night they got the
good indication.
So, and some people got hit. Somebody who was with press got hit in their hand. They went off to the ER for 20 hours, and now they're out for 6 weeks. They broke their hand.
God.
So these cats did that. They did that.
Oh, I'm sure they did worse too that you don't know about yet. With the George Floyd trial, you know, you started seeing bodies showing up hanging from trees. They want to do that shit again.
Over the past year, you may have lost.
Shut it down is a good chant.
You might have seen some people just fade away from what you were posting or what you were talking about. And that kind of purge comes with when you're elevating yourself or when you're becoming more aware. And what you're seeing right now around you is you're seeing a community. Not the folks that aren't here for your interests, but the folks that are here for community, that are here for Daunte Wright, that are here for Daunte Wright's family, that are here for Black lives, that are here to have some type of systemic change. You're looking around you and you're seeing a community form. It wasn't less than 4 hours that we pulled up to 63rd and Catherine. Less than 4 hours we pulled up to 63rd and Catherine, and we were just marching for Justin Tigan, a black man who got killed by the St. Paul Police Department and dropped into a dumpster in 2009. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's one body, there's probably 13 more. And where there's 13, there's probably 3,000. They've been doing this. They've been doing this. And the reason why we're out here is because we're saying no more. We're saying no more. We're saying no more. Are you saying no more? 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 Damn right there will not be any more. Every single one of those elected officials that showed up to the press conference after Daunte Wright got murdered was sweating. They were sweating real hard because they've been hiding this shit for a long time. And a lot of folks that said, oh, Kim Potter didn't mean to do it. That was no accident.
I mean, yeah, there's enough bodies that it's easily classifiable as a genocide. It's just happening in slow motion.
Because she was involved in the murder of a young man by the name of Kobe Dimmock Heisler.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like, you can pick a spot on the map and this goes back a long fucking time. The whole country's like this.
You're learning about how deep this goes. Because this rabbit hole goes real deep. And for
13 miles from Castillo's killing.
Check in with your city council. Check in with your mayor. Check in with the racist ass chief of police.
Yeah, I mean, like, Daunte Wright was like 10 miles from where Floyd died.
Former police chief here thought it was a great idea to put up a blue line banner. And I can't express that enough.
That was insane. I'm shocked that that shit makes me think that they really want to have a second round where they're better equipped and they're gonna kill a bunch of people.
I bet he was. And it shows you how deep the racism goes in this town. in a predominantly black town, in a working class town, he's going to raise a blue line banner. Hell out of here with that.
That's an insult.
Just like the blue line banner, Tim Gannon's gone.
Period.
And she needs to be brought up on murder 3 and or murder 2. Kim Potter needs to get murder charges.
I think, I mean, they're not going to give her murder 1, but I think that could have been premeditated. But yeah, he's right. And I think there's going to be a fight for that.
You learn about the BS that they've been doling out. Just because it's Democrat, don't mean it's for your interests.
Yeah, I think that the police might think they'd be able to win this time. And, I mean, maybe if Kamala Harris is president, they might get executive actions that give them powers that would help.
I told y'all earlier what a sundown town is because it originated in this state. They wanted to send a message to black folks, say go home when the sun goes down. Because this town is for white folks, is the message they were sending. It's the same thing Tim Walz did. Go home when the sun goes down, but we ain't going nowhere. People might be feeling a little stressed, and that's righteous. You're going to feel it for the rest of the night. You're going to feel it for the rest of the weekend. You're going to feel it for the rest of the week. You're going to feel it for the rest of the year. Just when we thought we were getting justice for one of the names they put in the dirt, another one on the docket.
God damn, this is a good speaker. 4 for 4.
And some of us black men here see ourselves in Dante. And we remember being 20. And we remember just driving a car. We remember being pulled over for no damn reason. And we all see ourselves in him. And the thing that I hurt most for Dante is because I can't imagine the fear that he must have been feeling. The emotions he must have been feeling before that woman shot him.
He was automatically scared.
This state is backwards. The National Guard will first defend a speedway before they will a black life.
Damn, he's dropping the fucking property pill.
The National Guard will defend a gas station before they will a black life.
Protest community has to keep growing. They will if they keep fucking shooting people like this. I mean, you can bet on that. It looks like experience and sophistication. Yeah, it seems like I'm seeing way more, a higher density in this round of protests than before with the George Floyd protests of people who like are experienced and have like a theory behind what they're saying. Seems pretty radical.
Billy Hughes. When I talk about Kobe Heisler, when we talk about Paul Castaway, when we talk about Terrence Franklin, the only reason a lot of folks are out here is because you saw it on film. You need to start wondering how many weren't filmed.
He's just perfect.
That they've been digging and not shown to you. You've been activated for a reason, and they're showing their asses all day long. They swooped up a mother that stepped out of her apartment last night. She stepped out of her apartment to make sure her kids were okay. They snatched her up. That's the state we're living in. That's the police state they're trying to create. I don't want to parse any of my words for white people to feel comfortable. They're snatching up black women in the night and shooting black men during the day. That is Minnesota. We're going to change it.
Yeah, this guy is a really good speaker for agitating people. And he's slipping in like little things that are setting the stage for even more radicalism.
City's Coalition for Justice for Jamar. I want to give it up for Peter who brought the sound today. All the marshals, even though they're not here, we're not doing the move right now. The marshals, y'all hold it down. We brought out all of these umbrellas because they started shooting early last night.
Yeah, and like he said, you know, the apartment building sweeps, that's just the stuff that you see. There's other stuff that you don't know about yet.
It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long weekend. It's going to be a long week, and it's going to be a
we need a lot more people who can do this kind of speaking. We also need people to take people from the agitation to education too. This guy's been slipping some stuff in there, like talking about protecting property before people, but there were other people on here before too who were talking about the need to organize and to like build into something larger than just protests, but more of this is good too. We need more of all of it.
That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. Lordy, Lordy, don't you know? Lordy, Lordy, don't you know? National Guard has got to go. They hold their guns and stand around.
This guy's like, this guy's great.
Ain't no justice in this town. Ain't no justice in this town. Ain't no justice in
To be able to pivot from doing like political speeches to this kind of like, this is great. This guy, I'm worried about this guy's life now, because people are seeing this shit on the internet. The fucking, you know who is seeing this.
Ain't no justice in this town. Ain't no justice in this town. If Dante don't get it,
They're seeing this and they're worried about what this might lead to.
I said if Dante don't get it. I said if Dante don't get it.
But yeah, this is great. This is the kind of stuff I was seeing before that I was really hopeful about. Yeah, he's young, like he was saying that he and a lot of other people could see themselves in Dante Wright. You know, he was killed when he's 20. This is a guy who could be doing decades of good work. Alright, they switched over to doing music. Let's see if maybe Woke will put something else on, but if it's... Alright, this is Pasadena, California. Alright, so that was just Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Now we're in Pasadena, California.
Justice for Anthony McClain! The way we get justice for all these victims of police...
Summer is coming, that's right.
This never happens again.
That's when it, I mean, that's...
It never happens again that we don't have police murder, that we don't have police violence. Much love to all of you. Thank you for coming out. Let's have a good one.
They just ended that speech as Woke switched to him. Let's see who we got. We got Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Center. We got, this is Pasadena, California. This is Phoenix, Arizona. And this is Chicago, Illinois.
Down to Pasadena Police Department after this. So please stay and...
An annual protest season, yeah. Be nice.
Black Lives Matter!
But people got to find stuff to do in the off season that's going to also be productive. I feel like that's one of the big things with George Floyd protests, was that they kind of petered out after a while. But now that people know that that's something that you can do, and the shit has happened again as you would predict it would, I think this time they might actually start building something out of it. Let's see what this guy says.
So we can breathe together. When to center ourselves. I know there's a lot of emotion, right, with everything that's happening. So moments like this, where we're all together.
Well, tomorrow's Friday, so lots more people are going to be around to pop off.
So again, we'll breathe 4 times.
So this guy's doing breathing exercises.
Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. And this one, hold it a little longer. Breathe in. Breathe out.
Yeah, Woke, I guess, got tired of breathing exercises. Minnesota. I can't see who's on the mic in Minnesota. But yeah, they had in Minnesota, in Brooklyn Heights, we had 4 for 4 good speakers that we listened to just now. So like pretty much all of the speakers that I've heard have been pretty good in Brooklyn Heights. The only like cringe kind of speakers that I've heard so far were in Portland. Like talking, there's like somebody saying like, you know, white people have to lay down their lives for black people and shit like that, and like very guilt-based kind of liberal moralizing. But other than that, it seemed like people have pretty good stuff to say. Even the stuff that's more like liberal tends to be rooted in like a genuine agitation and desire for change, as opposed to just trying to like paper over the problem, which you tended to see a lot more of the last round that this happened. Oh, so this is Chicago that you're listening to now. And that's where Trotsky was a better speaker. I don't know. Maybe. I don't have an opinion on that. So, yeah, Chicago is where Adam Toledo was shot. So this is like a new... Too bad all he could do was oration and oral. Ooh. Yes, yeah, he was a good... Trotsky was a good strategist, yeah. That's... I don't know who's gonna argue with that, but... Yeah. Not sure. It seems like I'm just hearing generic protests for now.
No, we are the community here.
Alright, back to the breathing guy.
Jobs, needs resources, needs food. That's what we need to invest the money at, right? But the narrative is in a white supremacist system. Like, no, that's not what's important. The police needs more money to solve violence or to solve crime. Right, so this is why we're here, right? That's why we are centered, why our work is very intentional, is that we need to dismantle these white supremacist systems that keep harming us, that keep killing us, that where moms are losing their babies and they have to be on national TV with their emotions and crying that they love their babies and that they keep killing their babies. Right? So today, let's stand in solidarity with each other. Let's know each other so we can keep fighting this, right? And it's not going to end tomorrow. We have to keep on a daily basis. We have to keep going. And like someone said earlier too, it's the conversations that we have with each other, with your work, with your coworkers, with your kids, with your neighbors. That's how we are going to keep going, right? We are going to keep protesting. We are going to keep marching, but it's...
Well, that still sounds pretty good. He's talking about people needing to do stuff when they're not out protesting, and that it's a larger project than just that. But he got interrupted, so I don't really know what the general thrust of the speech was, and it started off with breathing exercises, which, I mean, maybe that's like therapeutic for the group, but... Uh-oh. Pasadena got cut off. Yeah, what's going on in Phoenix, Arizona? Whoop. The fuck? Why is there a big... Okay. There we go. Now they're back in Chicago. Oh, interesting. Interesting. We've evolved. They're now saying Latino lives matter, brown lives matter, alongside Black lives matter. Huh. I wonder where that's gonna head. If. Yeah, because Adam Toledo is Latino. Let's see. The state fears the breathing exercise. The state fears the breathing exercise. I mean, it's funny though, because like, so many people have like bad posture and bad habits with like breathing and things like that, that you probably could do a lot of good for public health by like just teaching people about like, I mean, I'm slouching in my chair right now, but like, sit up, breathe properly. Instead of taking shallow breaths, take deep breaths, that kind of thing, you know. The community he was shot in is majority Latino, I think. Yeah, Adam Toledo. Yeah. So, community yoga class would produce results. Well, community fitness in general, yeah, whether it's like yoga or running or whatever. It sounds silly, but we're in a bad space. It doesn't sound silly, not to me at least. It also gives you something that is like constructive that you can do with a group of people and has very low cost, really. Like yoga, you don't even really need anything. You can do it without any equipment or anything. Just show up. Mats help, but they're not necessary. Even little things make a big difference. Yeah, well, community has been eroded so thoroughly too, because there's like, we don't really have a space anymore in a lot of the world, the Western world, mostly, where you don't have a space for people to gather as a community without like buying shit. So if you can find like a way to organize communities to like do things as a group and establish like more long-term bonds and cooperate to produce a positive result, like increasing people's physical fitness, that's good shit. And it could be fit into a larger thing, or by itself it's a good thing. People who are healthier and in better shape are better able to deal with being wage slaves, or be able to organize outside of their job. It's a good thing by itself, but it also can fit into a more radical or revolutionary framework too. Yeah, I think that's all good stuff. It's easy to write stuff like that off as being liberal though, because it's associated with like new age hippie kind of shit. But if you fit it into like community action to get people like healthier, or to do some kind of political project with it, it's a question of how it's framed, I guess, because liberals like to consume that kind of stuff as like, an aesthetic experience, rather than doing it for like some kind of end that they're trying to achieve. Limber up before the police line bull rushes. Yeah, well, yoga can also, it's not like you're lifting huge weights or anything, but like yoga does actually increase your strength if you're doing the right movements. Balance is like largely a function of strength. It's like coordination too, but like strength as well. And then being limber is separate from that, and being coordinated to have like balance and to be able to like do the different positions, that's another thing too. So yeah, yoga can hit a bunch of different things. Personally, I like doing resistance training with like weight, but there's a bunch of different things you could do. Probably the easiest thing to do is just like go for a run, go jog or something, or walk even, if you don't have like decent enough shoes to run in.
Shut it down!
Also, if you go outside and do like walk or run kind of activities with a group, that can help you familiarize yourself with the layout of the city and like how you can walk through it, and that could become useful in the future if you need to navigate it rapidly in a tactical situation. Somebody's posting a link from Reddit. Okay, yeah, that's all. That's so they're saying this is what democracy looks like. Here's a diagram of Soviet democracy.
Adam's life matters. Justice.
I can't.
Justice. Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it,
there you go. This is what democracy looks like. Here's Soviet democracy in a diagram form. Riot girl. Oh, I wasn't looking at the footage, but yeah, you see all kinds of all kinds of stuff out at these events.
I don't want to say another motherfucking name. 400 years later, not a damn thing changed. I don't want to say another motherfucking name. 400 years later, not a damn thing changed. We gotta understand.
I can't tell what the second part of that. What is he? He says, I don't want to say another motherfucking name. Something, 100 years or something. It's nothing to change. It's hard to make out with the chants should be easily understandable.
Let's not put our religion in a way. Let's not put our sexual preferences in the middle of this shit. Y'all out here for motherfuckers that look like me.
Well, this guy sounds good though.
But that fucking police force was created and designed.
Oh right, grill.
It was estimated that 1866.
Oh yeah, that is nice.
It was estimated that in 1866, the very next year after we were free, because our Freedom Day is called June 19th, 1865. All right? It was estimated in June. It was estimated in 1866. Estimated 800,000 African men, women, and children went back into slavery through a penis system that they enacted through Congress, which is a bipartisan agreement. It was a bipartisan agreement. And what did they do? They had to pacify the Democrats, because the Democrats were the ones that lost the war.
Ooh.
And what that did, that freed us. Because we were property. The Democrats lost their property. So how does the Republicans, even though the Republicans is an anti-slavery movement, they still played us. Because they turned the Democrats into the fucking sheriffs. They turned them into the police. That's what they did.
This guy's talking about history and shit.
They was able to enact that through a penis system. It was a bipartisan agreement, and that's how they gave us the black codes. A motherfucking nigga couldn't stand outside the street with the goddamn street lights on. That's why our mama tell us, hide your ass in the house before the street lights come on. That's where it actually comes from. Because they was lynching niggas and killing niggas and putting you back on the slave plantation. And that's the first time, that's the first known case of restitution. Because in order for us to get out, we have to pay a fine. Freeze! That ain't right! That ain't right! That ain't right! That ain't right! So when they did that, right?
Damn.
Now, we couldn't do shit. Like a motherfucker couldn't talk to a white person like this, say, fuck y'all, y'all with us and y'all not, y'all gonna die. Motherfucker couldn't say that. Motherfucker couldn't look no white woman in the eyes. Motherfucker couldn't talk loud around white people. These are the type of things in 1865 that got us locked back up.
Oh, got you killed.
Shit, all these watered down ass fucking speakers. Motherfuckers out here fucking casket chasing. We don't want no casket chasing in Brooklyn. I'm from out here, Brooklyn. My motherfucker, whose street? Our street. Whose street? Our street. Whose street? Our street. My motherfucking street. This is our shit. We don't stick together. We don't need a whole bunch of outside motherfuckers coming in unless you coming in on a good call. Like giving out that free food that them brothers over here blessing us from St. Paul. If not, we'll all be out here hungry, fighting no justice, no, and then motherfuckers will leave. Because if I was hungry, I'll leave. But they got me staying a little longer because they giving out hot dogs and water.
This is great, dude.
This is the revolution we witnessing right now. Don't mistake me as no protester. I'm not a fucking protester. I'm not a fucking activist. I'm not none of that. I'm a revolutionary. Now I'm waiting for the bullets to start flying.
Oh shit. Oh shit, dude.
I'm tired of waking up.
Damn. Damn.
Next black man that gonna die. We don't know.
That's true.
This bitch is training.
That's true, brother.
Jimmy tell me that's what.
Holy shit.
This is what you do when they run away. Mistake it as a taser. Shoot them. You get away with it. You get manslaughter. You get to retire with your pension. That ain't right. That ain't right.
God damn. He like fucking hit her about the fucking retiring with the pension shit. Damn.
Nazi ass government. We don't need motherfuckers to stand up. If we don't change it in America, God damn it, we're gonna change it here in Minnesota.
That's fucking pragmatism too.
You're not gonna motherfucking subdue my motherfucking voice. Everybody bring microphones out here. There's 1,000 speakers out here. I want to hear what every last one of y'all gotta say.
Nice. Mass line too.
You got something to say. I want you to say it. Don't be afraid to say it. You can say what the fuck you want to say to them because they allowed them Capitol riots. If I had an American flag right right now, I will burn it right now in front of them. And tell them they don't get me. Because when that flag was created, they didn't hide my ancestors in mine. They didn't hide my ancestors in mine.
Yeah, right. Someone get this man a flag. Hell yeah.
When they created the Declaration of Independence, where they say life, liberty, with the pursuit of fucking happiness. Remember that? Yes, sir. It says that. But it also says something else too. It says that if our government is depriving the people of three things, we have the right. They give us an option too. George Washington's a cool motherfucker. I like him. He gave us an option. Y'all can either alter the government or y'all can overthrow that motherfucker. That's in our constitutional fucking rights.
Alright, so he kinda... I was cringing about the fucking saying George Washington was cool, but...
In the Declaration of Independence explained it because I didn't go to college, see? I got my high school diploma in prison. I took my first college classes in prison.
Damn.
And then they give you these cognitive thinking classes that you gotta take to get out of prison. But I'm gonna tell you about some cognitive thinking classes in prison. They didn't fucking prepare us for racism. They didn't teach us how to deal with the white racist ass devils in the workplace trying to get the hard working ass black man in trouble. And all these guys go.
Yeah, this guy's fucking wielding books.
Racism is all inside of us. That's why we call it systemic racism. Because it's in the healthcare system, it's in our educational system, it's all in politics.
There you go.
One black man in America should be voting this time.
Oh shit.
What the fuck is y'all talking about? Boycott the fucking vote.
Damn.
Our goddamn community, we're gonna boycott that fucking vote. Because that's what we did to get his ass in office. He said he wasn't gonna leave us behind.
He's really pushing, he's trying to push people. This is good.
That's what he promised the American people. We're not gonna keep sitting here screaming for reform.
Do they have woke on in the happening one?
It's the same goddamn thing. It's a goddamn shame we're still out here fighting.
No, they're on Al Jazeera still. I put woke on in the happening side too. Damn, I feel like we should just switch over to that. I'm not adding that much by sitting here and like... God damn. I kind of just want to stop so that we can listen, because these are some fucking good speakers.
No justice! No peace! Who y'all here for? There you go, okay, y'all a little off and rusty.
God, like, even got, like, just the charisma, too. Holy shit, dude. No, it's not just early. The protests last year took a while to get more radical. They were more like generic boilerplate liberal last time at the beginning, and it took a little while before they got more radical, and then they got like co-opted. The fact that, and it was like this the first few days too, the people that I heard speaking. So like, this is an incredibly good sign. I'm thinking that it's a combination that the more radical people got on it early this time, and that more people were radicalized by all of the things that happened in the last year. So this is like an incredibly good looking development. I mean... Yeah, I don't know. What do people in the chat think? So you want to just switch over to the happenings? Because I don't think I'm adding too much, and I want to keep watching what people have to say, because there's so many, like... And they keep putting on speakers like this. I don't want to interrupt that to read the news. I already got through the first post.
They don't get no peace. Black lives matter here. Black lives matter here.
That's LA. Oh, but then they lost the feed. Do we know when curfews are? The curfew has been 7 p.m. Central Time for Minnesota, so that would be an hour ago. I think Minneapolis got rid of their curfew. That's the 7 p.m. one was for what do you call it? Brooklyn Center. But usually it's like midnight before stuff really pops off, or like maybe like 10 or 11. Currently, it's 8 p.m. roughly in Brooklyn Center. We get these burger to read theory. I know, right? I think some people are. I think there might be some people hiding their power level out here, because like a couple nights ago there were people talking about like the need to organize and about FBI infiltration and like referencing the Black Panther Party and shit like that. So I mean, maybe just like some naive familiarity, but I kind of think that we've got some people in there who know what they're talking about.
Yeah, my daughter just said her service had just cut out too.
But yeah, we're definitely at the phase where we need to try to move people from being agitated to being educated, which we were in last year too. But I think that we have improved. I think that things are looking better than they were last year. Let's see, what do we got now? Brooklyn Center. We got LA, Chicago, Phoenix.
He didn't want the cops to show up. He didn't want that shit, but the cops saw it happen.
Listening to Brooklyn Center.
What did the cops do?
Just so you know.
Talking to my friend, you know what he did? He opened up the trunk of his fucking truck. Shit, with a bunch of clubs, my friend, a decent fucking human being, like I imagine at least one of you are.
There's like a couple stories in the news thread that I might want to cover. I can't really hear too well what's being said right now, so turn it down a little bit in case anything pops off. There's a couple things that I wanted to cover that I saw. NBC and ABC affiliates pull Sinclair-like stunt, airing U.S. Chamber of Commerce ads in effort to block pro-union act. The business lobby deployed a set of ads presented in the form of an interview with almost identical scripts across NBC and ABC affiliates in several states, warning viewers that passing the PRO Act would impact every American family and American community, with barely a peep uttered from the working people those presumably dastardly unions hoped to prey on. You get history theory, good history book. Historyisaweapon.com. Oh yeah, People's History is just People's History of the United States. Yep. That's a good that's one of those like popular history type of books. To be like what do you call like a primer or an intro, like a book to get people interested in that stuff. Oops. Democrats' court packing plan dead on arrival as Nancy Pelosi won't consider it. Oh, so the Supreme Court's not going to go back to the Democrats. So much for all of that shit. Trump gets to keep his Supreme Court. Pelosi mocked Ocasio-Cortez and the Squad in a new book by talking like a baby. See how perfect I am and how pure she is. Whatever, it's just dumb. That's just showing off. Biden has nearly 90-point approval gap between Democrats and Republicans. I mean, that's just like partisan nonsense. Who cares? Gillibrand Ocasio-Cortez call on Congress to help rebuild USPS with postal banking pilot programs. We'll see. It might be something trying to get like positive press. Investigators find officer wounded in Tennessee, not shot by student's gun. A police officer wounded during a shooting incident inside a high school in Knoxville, Tennessee, was struck by a bullet that was not fired by the gun of the student who police shot and killed. According to preliminary investigations, so I guess maybe shot by another cop. But see, they always trying to blame people, always trying to blame the victims for that shit they do. Alright, what's up? It's Jim Clyburn's wrong about FDR and the New Deal. It's all hush now. Post-mortem with a Bessemer Amazon worker. I mean, I don't know if it's all hush. There were lots of people in other places talking about unionizing after that stuff happened. They might have failed with that vote, but there's more energy behind that. Iraq draft law places undue limits on the right to protest. Yeah. Alright, well. Thank you, Base News Anon. If anybody wants me to, like... Yeah, it's the News Anon thread. That's where I always start with the news. If people post stories, I'll read stuff people post first, though. Hold up.
It's a little different vibe.
Move me down a little bit so I'm not blocking the footage. Yeah, the big news of the day was Raul Castro stepping down. So we'll see what that does with Cuba. But yeah. If anybody has stories they want me to cover, you can post them in the thread. But right now, well, they're on a bunch of chanting. That's Brooklyn Center. America 100. I don't know what that was in reply to, but there's lots of stories in there that are very American. Yeah, that's Brooklyn Center via status quo. We got Phoenix, Arizona, Chicago, Arizona, Chicago, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, LA, Pasadena. The rest look like Brooklyn Center. So, bottom half is Brooklyn Center, the rest is everybody else. So, shit's spreading, for sure. It's definitely moving me on. I don't know, let's see. It's 9:16. What do y'all think? This is the time to switch over to happenings, and I'll turn the stream off. Man, look at the police intimidation in Chicago. Let me actually switch really quick over. Yeah, it looks like they're right up where the police are. There are cars all along the street with lights going. Yeah, they're... Ha ha ha, look at that guy. Alright, I gotta go back to that. Look at this guy. They're up on his... It's always with these cops where they gotta stand there and, like, put up with it. Squad cars. So, like, the cops are lining up on the street, you mean? Yeah, see, like, this stuff is actually, like, a really big deal. Because, when you have somebody out there shouting at you a long time, it's like it wears you down and it's tiring, more than if you were just having to stand there. And that's the kind of stuff that like was helping to push a lot of the cops to quit their fucking job, which happened a lot last year. So like that's a very useful sort of thing. I think people get the wrong idea that like some of the people out there are trying to convince the police to change their hearts and minds. But it's just what do you call it? It's to wear them down. That's what it's about. But it's risky because, like, it's easier to identify somebody who's right up on you like that. So. Oh, shit. I guess Chicago couldn't afford a fence to keep the people back. Because that's like right in front of the precinct, it looks like, or whatever that building is.
You're having so much fun, aren't you? Yeah, do him first.
You should never show solidarity with the police. Yeah. I don't know who did that, but yeah, it's... You're not gonna... Maybe that's a reference to, like, people thinking that you're gonna convince them to change their mind. Yeah, that's just not gonna happen. There's, like, maybe some people who would feel guilty about it, but I feel like anybody who could have had their mind changed probably quit their job last year after the Floyd shit happened. If they performatively take up your cause by taking a knee, whatever it may be. Yeah, that happened last year. Was that cops would come out and like take a knee to be like, we're supporting you, but then people would take a knee with them, and then they were in like a vulnerable position, and other cops came in and arrested them. So it could literally be a trap.
Use of force report.
Oh yeah, see that's the other thing is they're like talking to police who are like also of the same ethnicity of the victims of the shootings. Because it's like it's like one thing, I guess, if it's a white cop, but if it's there's another layer to it.
And he used physical force.
If you're, you know, if you like taking the uniform off, if you share that like experience or some of that experience with the victims as the police.
That's why he's having fun.
Yeah, dividing, and that's also like the diversity in the police that they're using to try to mask what they're doing is a weak point for them, because like there's still this racist element there, and it can be used to divide them against each other. That's absolutely right.
He had in a couple years ago.
Because it's like it's diversity in like a very basic way where there's like inclusiveness, but at the same time they're not like resolving any underlying conflicts by doing it. So it's like it's kind of like fake, which makes it open to being exploited.
He used a stun gun on somebody when he wasn't supposed to. Black male, age 28 years old.
Oh shit, they're like reading out their crimes to them. Damn. It sounds like they're going through like the record of the shit the cops have done.
Now he has more,
It's like a people's tribunal.
he has more allegations than 71%.
Yeah, I love. Damn, that's a really bad cop. More allegations than 71% of officers. Yeah, no, that's great shit. Not just for like razzing the police or for amping up the protesters, but when you're streaming it like this, people see that shit, hear it. That's a big deal. It also extends with that guy was saying in Brooklyn Center that like you see one body, there's probably 13 more. You see 13, there's probably 3,000 more. You expand on that by showing people examples like this. See, look at how many complaints there are with these cops.
Over there. You should let him know we have in a locker room that's not cool.
It did that in Seattle last year. There's a website that someone made with a database where you can look up the badge number. That's some good work.
You can look at his face and tell.
That's some good solid work there. That's a labor voucher in chat.
You can tell. It's like they everybody. This is how black people feel when we around the police.
Yeah. If I ever like enabled monetization, I definitely need to use a labor voucher pick.
Oh no! It's like he's feeling uncomfortable. Okay, but now we can't even know.
But yeah, that's actually like a really good tool.
You don't think there's any
You say what?
You don't think there's any officers that are covered?
That's like an app that you could just download, and what they should do is like they should have like like one of those QR code kind of scanners embedded in the app, so you can like hold the phone up to the cop's badge and scan the badge, and then it'll find their file in the database. That would be like perfect. That would be the best way to use that app.
Don't shoot us now,
baby. Here you go, Officer Denise.
I bet it wouldn't be that hard to figure out either, because you're just trying to find a number on the badge, really.
How many kids did we kill today? How many kids did we kill today?
Damn.
How many kids did we kill?
That's a good chant. CPD, KKK, how many kids did we kill today? That's a good chant. They're damn. It's dense, and it like it's combining like a few different points there. It like snap damn. All right, that's like the first good chant, like really solid chant that I've heard here. The print is standardized, which helps a lot. With the badges. It must not be that hard to do that, to be able to like have a scanner for police badges to tell you to like pull up their file. Do you know the name of the place that they have that database of police complaints? Because I would share that. I'm not familiar enough with AI software employed in that it's not that hard to identify numbers. Like, you've got 10 different symbols to look for. They're going to be in a standard spot. That should be a pretty easy programming task. not my area of expertise, but that should definitely be something that you could do, is just pull out your phone, take a picture of the badge, and then pulls up their database file. I'll try to find it. Thank you. Gigapixel. Yeah, like there's probably some like API you could just download that does that for you. Might tweak it a bit so that it's better suited to the police badges, but yeah, I'm sure somebody's developed that software already. Alright, that's another good chant. No good cops in a racist system. It explains what ACAB is about. Where is that coming from? LA. That's LA. Did another auto translation. Jugendwalt Marxist newspaper article. Awesome, thank you. You get a labor voucher for that. And I'll pull that up. It sounds like they're gonna just cover some chants for a bit, so that's a good time for me to read an article too.
Dante right! Dante right!
Alright. This is from Jungewelt. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it in German or what, but move me up a little bit so I'm not off screen completely. Alright, so you have to limit everything yourself. Federal Constitutional Court overturns Berlin law limiting housing costs. Real estate industry rejoices. Tenant movement ready to fight. Well, that sounds like a fucking... That sounds like the news you would expect for 2021. For hundreds of thousands of tenants in Berlin, the promised breather has ended prematurely and abruptly. Yeah, I guess it's like, hey, ooh, coronavirus is over, now it's time to make that money. Yeah, I don't speak German at all, but I think I have some idea of how to pronounce some of the words. I should try to like learn German a little bit. It's a very important language, especially for us. Alright, for hundreds of thousands of tenants in Berlin, the promised breather has ended prematurely and abruptly. On Thursday, the Federal Constitutional Court in Karlsruhe overturned the rent cap in the German capital. The judges ruled that the rent cap law, which came into force in 2020 and is limited until 2025, is unconstitutional. Accordingly, it violates the federal government's sole responsibility for rent legislation as stipulated in the Basic Law, Article 72 and Article 74. As a result, in many cases, affected tenants will be faced with additional payments, some of which will be substantial. So, like, I guess back rent is kind of what they're going to try to do. German and French are both a useful language to learn for philosophy. Yep, lots of important stuff was done in those languages. And also, I believe it's one of those... I'm not like a super big believer in the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, but I do know from learning some other languages, or learning one other language and attempting some others, that understanding like different ways of different grammar is actually pretty useful for changing how you think about things mechanically. So German grammar is supposed to be like very useful. I might put that on my list. I try to focus on stuff that's like widely spoken, and German isn't really. But I guess that's what you get for not being a huge colonial power like France or Spain. Anyway. The Rent Ceiling Act froze housing costs for around 1.5 million apartments at the level of June 2019. Okay, so yeah, the same level that it had in June 2019. In the future, the Berlin state government can only define areas with tight housing markets. I think that might have been a slight mistranslation. However, according to the German Civil Code, these may only be defined for 5 years at a time. Okay, so it's saying it can determine the level that it's going to be set at for whatever tight housing market happens to, whatever the standard is that's measured by. And the corresponding, they may only be defined for 5 years at a time, and corresponding ordinances must cease to apply at the least by the end of December 31st, 2025. So again, like putting lots of limits on this, but I mean, you know, if you can just override stuff because it's unconstitutional, then it's yeah. I mean, I guess there's like multiple escape hatches built into this for the rentier class, so that they could keep collecting that money. The Karlsruhe judgment also means that the end for a possible rent cap in Bavaria. There, the organizers behind the initiative for a corresponding petition for a referendum now want to concentrate on achieving a rent freeze at the federal level. Well, good for them. While the ruling is bitter, it is also a loud wake-up call to federal lawmakers to finally act and stop the rent explosion in many German cities. Also stated the president of the German Tenants Association, Lukas Siebenkotten. Similar demands were made, among others, by the Paritätisch Gesamtverband. Paritätisch Gesamtverband, the parliamentary group of the Left Party and the DGB Regional Association in Berlin-Brandenburg. But Horst Seehofer, CSU, who thinks nothing of the rent cap, still sits at the head of the Federal Ministry of Construction. This provided for uncertainty in the housing markets. Investments braked, and no single dwelling create. Okay, I gotta reread that. This provided for uncertainty in the housing markets, investments braked, and no single new dwelling created. Maintained the minister on Thursday. That's just it's awkward to read that. The examination of the citizens of Berlin rent cover had, apart from 2 citizens of Berlin courts, more than 200 members of the Bundestag of FDP and CSU initiated. Gonna be honest, a lot of this I'm not sure what it means because it's specific to Germany and somewhat technical. Now there is legal clarity, cheered the president of the Federal Association of Free Real Estate and Housing Companies, Andreas Ebel, on Thursday. The ruling gave the Deutsche Wohnen Group alone high price gains of 3.5% after the shares had already risen significantly the previous day, driven by speculation. Well, yeah, if they know that you're going to be raising the rents, people are going to want to invest, of course. The prices of Vonovia or the Grand City properties rose by 1.4 and 1.9% respectively. Vonovia, around 42,000 apartments in Berlin, patronizingly declared its intention to waive back rent payments. Deutsche Wohnen was different. For the settlement of the balance of the rent due, they offer different options from one-time payments to installment payments to deferrals, the real estate giant announced on Thursday. According to RBB, around 116,000 of the group's apartments are affected. The failure of the rent cap in Berlin understand the alliance. Maybe the wrong verb. Together against displacement and rent madness and the initiative Deutsche Wohnen and Company expropriate as a fighting order. I feel like something must have got mistranslated. The ruling will not weaken the clout of the Berlin rent movement, but strengthen it, the alliance said. Only the expropriation and socialization of housing offer the perspective for a Berlin with affordable rents, said Jenny Stupka, co-spokeswoman for the initiative. Awesome. Well, I mean, it sounds like things are DGB. So the DGB is German Trade Union Confederation. Okay. Where was that last in here? So yeah, it's just this part. Okay, so along with the Left Party, they're basically saying that they need to actually deal with this. So, like, as grim as this looks, with the raising of the rent, it might spur people to, like, take more radical action to try to solve the problem of rents, which is, you know, I guess you could say that's kind of like accelerationism. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that there's, like, people who are willing to fight, try to deal with that. But yeah, hardly surprising that with the coronavirus stuff coming to an end in the future, they're kind of like trying to turn the screws on people with rent again.
And I have to say that I pity the police officers who are in this line.
Alright, somebody's speaking here.
I believe most of them probably got into this work because they believed they were going to serve their communities and be heroes.
I don't know about that.
You were the righteous ones. But then you're on the inside. And every one of you probably has a story about how quickly you were made to be complicit with the system. Because there's a reason that you're standing on that side tonight and not on this side with us. I'm a pastor. And there are bad pastors. There are bad pastors. But the difference is, when a crowd comes against a pastor because they have done something evil, I don't stand beside that pastor, I stand against the evil. So think about where you are standing tonight and what you are defending, what is behind your back. Why are you standing on that side and not this side with us? You have that choice, you have that agency. What are you afraid of?
White people.
Friends, I invite you to pray.
Alright, so this is like a pastor. He's trying to appeal to, he's like, I think he's actually trying to appeal to the police.
God, bring down the fire of your judgment into...
You know, looking back...
Yeah, okay, they switched away from him as soon as he started praying. Woke's not listening to any of that shit. This is in Brooklyn Center again, up here in the corner.
They know they can't keep.
Yeah, that's I really appreciate doing the auto-translate link in those articles, because those have been interesting. It's good content too. I don't hate the church coming out against this stuff. The more people do, the better it is. It's just kind of funny that this guy thinks that he's gonna, like, that the cops are gonna have a come to Jesus moment, literally.
We don't never let a good crisis go to waste. That means you have an opportunity.
Oh yeah, that's actually a really good point about the church being a community center. Like, I think that we should look at churches and how they operate, not as like just a model to follow, but to try to understand what it is about them when they're working that keeps people coming back to them, because they do operate as a major source of community. Uh-oh. Woke went offline. Yeah, like, it's even though, like, church is obviously loaded ideologically, there's still, like, a very much mechanical kind of thing going on there, where people are coming together as a group and, you know, often doing mutual aid in some way. You just gotta, like, figure out what elements of that are useful. I think a lot of people still have this problem where they see some good, useful thing in something, and they feel like in order to get that, they have to adopt the entire system. So, like, people see that the church has this, like, ability to bind a community together, and they're like, okay, well, if I want that, I need to have the church too. But that's not really the case.
It's emotion. Anytime that
And you're just as upset. You're emotional about this. I mean, you don't want to see Dante Wright be murdered in the streets.
I got an interview going.
Unfortunate things happen, man. I mean, it's sad that someone had to lose their life.
Right.
But at the same time,
you gotta think about it.
You gotta think about how
You can barely hear him. So much chanting in the background.
this fucking approval is tanking.
I haven't heard him say a damn thing yet about it.
It's tanking.
Has he said anything about it?
It's saying you have to stop and protest.
Same shit Trump would say.
Look,
right?
it's tanking, right? Donald Trump is not in office anymore.
Right.
A lot of these news outlets are losing ratings. They're plummeting because they don't have Trump going bad every day.
Talk about it.
As we depart
Oh, fuck you, woke. You cut away from the guy as he's trying to explain, like, how the media is making fucking money off of Trump. You fucking liberals. You fucking liberals, woke.
People are angry.
God damn it. I wanted to hear what that guy was saying. It was good shit.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Tomorrow,
Maybe this guy's good, though. I don't know.
actions all over the city. Most importantly, there's going to be a big action at the mayor's house tomorrow evening. And I just want to say to all those young people.
Yeah, it was hard to hear what he was saying, unfortunately, but he was saying that, like, Biden's approval ratings tanking, and he's not saying anything about what's going on. Saying that ratings are tanking for the mainstream media because they don't have Trump as, like, this source of constant news that they can milk. Is like kind of outlining how the system is like a big bullshit distraction. I wish it was easier to hear.
This racist system, because we don't want them to kill us, or kill our friends, or kill our kids. It's just not right. It's not fair. And we shouldn't live like this. Say, we shouldn't live like this.
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 And this gotta end, y'all. So, get ready. I wanna pray y'all home. Appreciate you, Pastor, the good pastor, my new pastor. And
You fired Frog and Flavor. I'm telling you.
my boy.
Can we say fuck 12 one time?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Fuck 12! Why don't get that joke?
I feel like that's all what he was saying a minute ago is a very important thing too, is to emphasize this idea of a better world is possible. Because capitalist realism is like really ingrained in a lot of people. And this thing of like we could be in a better situation than this isn't just like a true thing and a call to action against the system we've got. It's hopeful.
Chicagoans should be in these streets tonight. Every Chicago. So if y'all gotta go
We can give people something to like look forward to. That's like we can make something better than this. Not necessarily a utopia, but like things have gotten so bad, it's not that hard to make something better than this.
What'd he say?
What'd he say? Listen, he said in the testimony, what's it say? Ancient testimony, that when say it how you said it.
Oh, another article?
That was too corrupt to be saved. God would send down fire and destroy it.
Babylon.
Bring out God's people first.
Babylon.
God, now when there was an institution
No, wait.
that was too corrupt that could not be saved, God would
How
send
do you type it? Oh, you have to capitalize the P.
destroy it.
We are
Burn
fire.
Babylon.
We are the
All right, now it's kind of turning cringe.
we are fire.
I've got another article to read. I'm posting pogs.
We call Chicago Police Department. Love y'all. Y'all make sure y'all
There we go. Nice. Oh, so this is up tenant protests from today. This is also a short one. Nice.
What we need to do is get the legislators to reinstate the death penalty.
That is. I need to figure out how to get the emotes from SciTube on the Twitch stream. It's a base newspaper. Well, it sounds like it so far. If the church guy wants to rain down fire and destroy shit, I think he got me this time. Well, maybe, I don't know. I wasn't paying too close of attention, but I do think that's... Hey, maybe that's like a based version of the fire and brimstone preaching. Alright, Germany. Thousands participate in tenants' protest in Berlin.
To spiritually as well get that reinstated, the death penalty.
Well, who gonna
And it
get
should be
black
immediate.
people? No, and nobody else gonna get.
She's talking about spiritually reinstating the death penalty. That's weird. Alright, there's currently a legal battle over between tenants and landlords, more property landlords versus government in Berlin. Yeah, that was along the lines of what the last article was.
What the community is.
Let's see. Berlin. After Berlin's rent cap was struck down by the Federal Constitutional Court, several thousand people demonstrated in the German capital for a nationwide rent freeze. They criticized the decision of Germany's highest court and called for more political action against the rent madness. Many participants had brought cooking pot lids with which they made noise. Motto: if you take one lid from us, we'll come back with thousands of lids. The demonstrators first gathered at Hermannplatz in New Cologne, then began the protest march, which was to lead to Cottbusser Tor in Kreuzberg. The Berlin Tenants Association had called for the protest. The police spoke of a number of participants in the mid 4-digit range. That's damn. The organizers of thousands of demonstrators. According to police, practically everybody wore a mask to protect themselves from corona and also make an effort to keep some distance from each other. The Federal Constitutional Court had declared the Berlin rent cap law, which had been in force for more than a year, null and void in a decision announced on Thursday. For the rent law, the Federation is responsible, it was said. Okay, that's. I'm trying to parse this grammar. For the rent law, the Federation is responsible, it was said for the reason. I just can't make sense of that sentence. Many people in apartments with previously capped rent will now face additional payments. Yeah, so that's good news that you got a whole bunch of people mobilized coming out for that. That's awesome. It's making me happy to see all these stories about, like, people taking action and, like, the labor movement's getting reignited again. Yeah, landlords were forced to lower rent, and tenants are being warned that if they repeal the government mandate, they'll have to back pay. Yeah, pretty sure it's translated via Google Translate. Yeah, it's an automatic translation. Hey Clash. Yeah, dude, you didn't get enough sleep last night. Go to sleep whenever you feel like you need to. I think I'll maybe round some people up from the threads to go watch the happening stuff. I'm not going to be doing this too much longer, I don't think, because it seems like stuff might start to happen. But, yeah, you take care of yourself. Yeah. That shit was fucked up. So that's maybe one of the worst ones. I think that's one of the worst ones I've ever seen. Yeah. I'm still trying to process what I saw with that cop, like what the cop was doing, because it's really weird, and like it's horrible what happened to that kid. But yeah, this is gonna turn into an even bigger thing. Like, it's making me think about when Dante Wright first got shot, and people were like, "Oh, is there gonna be like more stuff like there was before?" And then like a couple days later there's another shooting, and then a couple days later there's another shooting. Now it's like, it seems obvious that we're going to have another round of George Floyd kind of protests and riots, but now I'm kind of dreading, like, when's the next shooting going to happen? When's the next time the cops kill a kid, you know? Because they've all been young. Like, Dante Wright was 20, Peyton Ham was 16, and Adam Toledo was 13. So, are they going to shoot an 8-year-old next? That's what I'm thinking about right now. But, yeah, it's awful. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be covering too much more, unless somebody has, like, articles they want to get read. There's been a lot of, I will say, there's been a lot of really good speakers, especially in Brooklyn Center. So things are looking like these protests might go in a better direction than last year. Might lead to something more productive. We'll see. But things are looking pretty good for now. They shoot 8-year-olds abroad. Oh yeah, yeah. You talking about like the U.S. military? Or you talking about like police in different countries? Both it's true for both, but Yeah, I mean, like, cops have shot, like, little kids, too, in the U.S. You know. I feel like it's too bad, like, it's in such poor taste, but, like, somebody needs to draw, like, a political cartoon with, like, a, you know, like a cradle or whatever that's just, like, dripping blood out of it, and a cop is, like, saying, oh, I saw that he had a gun. Because, like, that's the way that it is. There was like some little kid a year or two ago who was shot, who had, like, I don't know, like I don't think it was a bag of Skittles, but it was like a phone or something like that. But yeah, they'll shoot little kids. Yeah, the U.S. military kills a shit ton of small children. But I mean, that's what happens when you indiscriminately bomb. At least we're not at that level here in the U.S. yet with the police, but we might get there. Well, I think that was the bag of Skittles the thing with Trayvon Martin. I feel like that's where that comes from. But yeah, there was like a couple years ago or something, there was a kid who had a phone that the cops thought it was a gun, and shot him in, like, his backyard or something. But yeah, like, there's so many of these stories, they all blend together. And that's honestly one of the worst, like, it makes me feel bad because I have trouble remembering all the details of these stories because there's just so fucking many of them. Like, I've been struggling recently with, like, committing to memory the names of the people who just died because it's like, it keeps happening. Yeah. Well, people at some point are gonna realize that, like, protesting is only gonna get you so far. I mean, it might help with reducing budgets and stuff, but can't do but so much to that. Yeah, I know. It's like that's exactly it. It feels like you can't pay proper respect. It feels like you're doing something wrong, being disrespectful. Yeah, and that's like you run into the potential problem of having, like, fatigue over this, where it's like, you know, do I you know, do I have the energy to keep caring about stuff? Like, that's a big problem that lots of people run into, is it just wears on you. But yeah, I think that's another good reason for doing stuff like community projects or activities that aren't, like, directly political, because it helps you, like, take your mind off of shit like this and, like, allow people to rest from it and to sort of develop other parts of them. You definitely have to have solidarity. But yeah, like, this stuff is, like, just so much. But I think part of that is also that it's just a huge system, and the world's a big place. If you focus yourself more locally, there's less that you have to, like, get stuck on, because it's, you know, a smaller segment of society. And you also have more control. You also have more that you can impact and do. If anybody doesn't have a rifle by now, that's probably not good. But yeah, I think actually guns and ammo right now are, like, really expensive. Usually prices for guns and ammo skyrocket after Democrats get elected because of, you know, the whole gun control thing. But after the George Floyd stuff happened, I think a lot of people kind of realized that guns aren't so much of a divide between, like, the left and the right in partisan U.S. politics. I'm kind of surprised how much I was seeing in the media push the gun control shit after Adam Toledo got shot, because, like, it was a cop that shot him. Disarming citizens isn't going to do anything for that. And people, I think, have kind of become more open in general to the idea of, like, people needing the guns in order to protect themselves and deter violence. So I don't know, maybe it's just that in Chicago, they're just behind on that stuff, not knowing how to talk about it, to manage the peasants who are grabbing their torches and pitchforks. But I feel like people are becoming more open to having guns and rifles. But at least in the US, that's one thing you could say for the US, is that it's possible to get your hands on that stuff. And it's not difficult. I feel bad for the Euro bros, my Euro comrades, who pretty much can't, or just have a really hard time getting rifles or any other kind of weapons like that.
We know you don't really protect us. We know you don't really serve us.
But yeah.
Correct, Mary.
That's we're definitely at a phase where people need to be thinking about that kind of stuff in the long term. Is that Hackensack, New Jersey? Hackensack, New Jersey. Protests in Hackensack, New Jersey. That's the highlighted one.
Have somebody push everyone down.
Looks like it's still half of its Brooklyn Center. Then we got Chicago here on the far right. These two. And then we got LA and Hackensack, New Jersey. I don't know if anything happened in Hackensack. Let me check. Maybe they're just doing it in solidarity, I don't know. See if anything's getting tweeted recently.
Yeah, there's still a curfew. 10 p.m. We're in Central Time, so we're...
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like people out there, but what's going on? I don't see anything about news from there. Just an odd place to see coming out for protests. No, it's different elsewhere, but burgers need to step in hard. Yeah. Well, I mean, the US is also the center of capitalist empire, so even just like some destabilization is gonna be good for the rest of the world. I mean, socialist USA may not be plausible, but even just like deteriorating the power of the system would be a win for global socialism, communism. I mean, shit. Just look at how much further Latin America got with like the failure of the Trump administration to do the coups that normally would be happening. Oh yeah, things are gonna get really fucking bad. I mean, this is like, you know, hundreds of years of conflict that's been unresolved and just continue to like ferment. There need to be like long-term contingency plans and shit. I mean, I'm kind of doubtful that nukes are gonna fly or anything like that, but shit could get really bad. The one thing that's really fortunate about the United States is that because it's so sparsely populated, there are like swaths of land that people could go out and like homestead or whatever if things get really nasty in the cities. Like if, you know, people start dropping not atom bombs but bombs. Yeah, Sí, por favor, ayúdanos. Yeah. Or no, fuck. Ayúdanos. I guess you would put the accent on the U to signify it. No. I don't know what China's gonna do. That's a fucking really curious situation, but the US has to put more resources into stabilizing its interior. That's gonna mean a lot less projecting power outside. So yeah, it's okay. I just wasn't thinking about the lack of accents on text on computers usually. How the fuck do I know? Because I speak Spanish. Yo hablo español. Yo tomé 8 años de español en la escuela. Entre el año 3 y el año 10. Sí. Well, I mean, it was like mandatory for the first few years, so it's not like I could take credit for that. It became an elective for the last few, though. It's not that great. I'm not that great at Spanish, but I can speak it. It's a good language to be able to speak. A lot of the world speaks Spanish. English and Spanish is like, if you can speak those two languages, you can speak to a huge number of people. I'm trying to expand, but Spanish interview when? Do you want me to interview somebody in Spanish? I feel like I don't want to get too deep into Spanish because it fucks with your metrics if you use two different languages too much. Because like people who only speak one language aren't going to be able to sit through talking in a different language. So, but I'll like occasionally speak some Spanish to show off that I can. But yeah. I'm talking to somebody who's like interested in writing articles in Spanish for me to read, which would be really cool. But that would be like a separate platform than this, because you need to divide that stuff according to language in order for the metrics to work. I got a speaker. No hablo nada de español. I mean, hey, you speak that much Spanish. That's correct. I mean, maybe the grammar is a little bit off. I think that would be correct, technically.
Supported by payroll, by our city manager, Steve Mermel.
It's intelligible, for sure, which is what counts. But I think it's correct, technically.
Even the chief of police.
Double negatives don't just work all right in Spanish; they're mandatory. It's like a verb tense or something. If you make the sentence negative, then anything that you're like saying in that phrase has to be negative. It's not. It doesn't like English with negatives is like formal logic with negations. But in Spanish, it's like it changes the. I don't know. There's a word for it, like the mode or whatever. There's a word for it in grammar. Well, they actually taught me the fucking grammar shit when I was taking it in high school. So they didn't teach us like all of it, but they did teach us like verb. Like more sophisticated verb tenses and shit, and like grammatical rules. That's like a very English way of teaching a language, is to like sit you down and explain the fucking rules. It's not. I mean, I feel like lots of people don't really think about most languages that way. I mean, that's a whole debate in linguistics too. But I could assure you, I don't know Spanish better than a native speaker. I might be able to cite some obscure grammatical rule or whatever because I have that kind of brain, but I'm not a good speaker, and it would be obvious if I spoke Spanish at length. Yeah, well, hey, that's the first thing you should know in any language, is to say that you don't know how to speak it. Yeah, no. I feel like it was kind of bashing your head against the wall. I mean, it was 8 years of Spanish that I took. So, I didn't learn nearly as much as I could have in that amount of time. We had, for the first 3 years, it was mandatory. Maybe it was the first 6. We had like a Spanish class as like one of our standard classes for the day. And we could have learned so much, but we didn't really, because the U.S. education system sucks. But hey, I got something out of it. They did actually do like immersion kind of with that though. We had people who were like immigrants from various Latin American countries who would come and like talk to us, and we'd get like exposure to different dialects and the ways that like native speakers actually talked. So that was cool. But yeah, it's definitely better to learn in context than in a fucking classroom. Home Depot field trip to learn Spanish. I mean, hey, that's not a bad idea, really. If you had some kind of work program set up so that like kids in like high school or some equivalent would be getting some summer jobs and exposure to people from like different cultures, you could work something out like that, like a national service situation. That could work. Especially like given how many immigrants and like refugees and stuff there are now. Be a good way to like help integrate people together into a whole society and stuff too. Well, that's LA, and it's 7 p.m. over there. Alright, so it's 9 in Minnesota now, so we got all these people with umbrellas and shit at the fence. Might be about time to switch over. Hasta la victoria siempre. Viva la... Sometimes I can't do it. My tongue just fucks up. I have like some kind of mild speech impediment with that. Hasta la victoria siempre. Viva la revolución. La revolución. The L to the R is the tricky part. Viva la revolución. No pasarán, and some more slogans. Good shit. Somebody wrote save POC, kill cop, and graffiti. That's funny. Where did you see that? Do you know what location that was? I respect graffiti artists. That's some ballsy shit. There's some like really talented graffiti artists too. It's difficult to like do something. It was in Brooklyn in the center of the barricades. Nice. So like a very visible location. Yeah, there's it's difficult to work like a spray paint can into something that actually looks good, because it just sprays shit everywhere. Unless you have like a what do you call it? It's not a stencil. What the blanket on the word for it? You know, that thing where you put it up on the wall and it's got holes in it. You spray it, and only the holes get painted. Brooklyn Center needs a good shield. Yeah, they could. I mean, the umbrellas are not nothing, but they could do better than umbrellas. That was also something that like was noticeable, is that people were coming out with shields and stuff like that a lot sooner. I think people are a lot more prepared this time.
It hurts, even not even knowing these people, just watching them on TV, just saying my son died because of air freshener. My son died because of Skittles. What does that make sense?
Oh yeah, there's the Skittles reference again. Yeah, that was Trayvon Martin. That was like a big symbolic kind of thing. It was that, because like, you know, Skittles is fucking candy. It's like, it's stuff kids carry around.
Yeah. We need change. We need new people in power. We need everyday people that actually know what's going on in power. The police, they're scared of us.
Alright, that's kind of getting there. We need everyday people who know what's really going on in power.
And instead of trying to actually pepper spray a person, they're trying to kill you. The boy didn't have a knife, he didn't have anything. She could have pepper sprayed him. She didn't even have to tase him. They so quick to...
She didn't even have to pepper spray him. She could have just grabbed him and pulled him out with the other cop. But like, that's still missing the point. She fucking knew she had her gun out. Nobody's gonna convince me, or I think most people, that she didn't fucking know that that was a gun.
And my son got maced.
Yeah, they could have done like literally fucking anything else. Yeah, they could have picked him up later. They knew where he was. They wanted to do a traffic stop out in the middle of nowhere. Well, I mean, it was like a neighborhood. It was a neighborhood or something, and they shot him, and he tried to drive away, and he crashed the car into another car. They want to have a fucking little war zone in suburbia. There was no reason to tase him anyways. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, there was another cop that had a grip on him and was trying to pull him out of the car, and she told the other cop to leave him alone so she could tase him, and the other cop got out of the way, like let go of him and got out of the way. Like, if he hadn't done that, if she hadn't like told the cop to get out of the way, they probably could have just pulled him out of the car. Like, they willfully like let go of him. I mean, maybe the other cop didn't know she was going to shoot him, but effectively, they let go of him so that she could shoot him.
And I just wanted to say, Thomas, when you...
Yeah, like you can see in the video that she's holding the gun, pointing it at Dante Wright for like 3 seconds or something like that, waiting for the other cop to get out of the way, and she has to be like, hey, get out of the way, so I can tase him.
Chauvin's lawyer has been trying to label George Floyd as a drug addict.
Oh, the other thing was the fucking carbon monoxide poisoning. That was the claim that they were making, but yeah, the drugs are thoroughly debunked.
Chokeholded him so long that is the only reason why he died. It made me think...
Yeah, Floyd had a strong heart.
All Black Lives Matter. Black lives.
Floyd was in good shape.
Black people who are using drugs. Why should that be a question?
Part of why it took as long as it did for him to die. Probably. Because medical evidence showed that he was doing fucking great.
He tried to make it seem like Anthony's life didn't matter because he had a gun. Well, Anthony's life matters. He did not have a gun. And even if he did,
thank you.
Anybody who did have a gun, their life matters too.
Yes. You're supposed to have a right to a gun in this country. Floyd worked out regularly. He was a lifter. He looked, I mean, you could see he had big arms. I mean, some people are like, you know, genetically blessed to have well-developed muscles, but like, he definitely looked like somebody who was in good shape. But yeah, that was like thoroughly debunked by the medical testimonies. The defense fell completely apart for Chauvin. I think that it's going to be a pretty fast verdict, unless they happen to get somebody who's like really sympathetic to the police on that jury.
To save the body, because they know if they don't convict him, indict him, if they don't put him in jail, what's going to happen? They're going to see a repeat. It's going to be the uprising from last year again. But what are they going to do? They're like, what are they going to do? They're going to give him a verdict, a guilty verdict, but they'll let him out in 2 years. Yes. In a year and a half.
I'm not sure the defense knew they could prove Floyd's tolerance so thoroughly. He didn't even have that much in him for somebody who was a naive drug user, they call it. Somebody who has no tolerance at all. Like, still probably wouldn't have affected him in any very significant way, but with somebody who is addicted and has a big tolerance, fucking meaningless. Whole hospital trip where he didn't need any help at all for 8 perks. Yeah, I know, right?
Racism coming out in the open. They're murdering us, killing us. We have white vigilantes.
Yeah, no, it was actually, I was surprised how bad the defense was, how little, I mean, it was very obvious, like, one of the most obvious murders, short of somebody like, you know, like, just pulling out a gun, walking up to somebody saying, I'm gonna murder you, and then murdering them. It's about as obvious you can get. Happenings already? Alright. Oh, it is ready. Yeah, you got status quo up. All right. Yeah, Clash, you don't need to worry too much. Stay up too late. What time is it? 10:14. Yeah. I think I'll send a raid to status quo, because all I'm doing right now is commentating on woke and talking to the chat. Well, we are going to get a trial over walking up to somebody, yelling taser and shooting them. Yeah, and also chasing somebody down a fucking alley and shooting them before he finishes turning around with his hands up. 5 individual sources from Brooklyn Center tonight. Yeah, and there's a bunch of other places that have stuff going. They got something in LA. They had something in fucking New Jersey earlier. I don't think that's still up. But yeah, bunch of stuff. So yeah, I think that's about it for tonight. I'll go raid status quo, see if that works. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm gonna be off tomorrow. I'll be back Monday with news, and I think I'm gonna try doing something Friday morning.
Just a couple of weeks ago.
That's it for tonight. Go over to the happenings thread. I'll post that link to that in a second.